All right, welcome everyone. Emergency breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Umar Johnson, he admits that FTMG is about to be auctioned. More specifically, that the abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware will be auctioned today, August 12th of 2025. It's a Tuesday. I broke this story on Friday, this past Friday, August 8th, I believe, of 2025. And here we are today. Umar admits what I told people a couple of days ago. And what we're referring to is, and we're going to get to his post here, but this is the minition right here that was posted on the door of the large building. There was also another one posted on the door of the small building. I only have the paperwork for this one, but you can actually find a digitized, not a copy of this paperwork. No one has this paperwork as of yet. I haven't been able to find a PDF one yet either. Once it's available, I will be sharing it with everyone. But this was an exclusive. Broke this story on Friday. And if you do the calculations based upon what's here in this paperwork, Umar owes $38,388 on both sides of the street. So there's a minition for one side of the street, there's a minition for the other side of the street. And in this document, it actually says that if Umar doesn't pay this balance that's way past due, some of these bills go back to 2016. I've explained this to people. He purchased trap bundles in 2019, but part of the deal when he acquired these abandoned buildings in February of 2019 is that he took on all of the bills associated with these properties going all the way back to 2016. Okay, you donors paid for that. See? So if you add all of it up, what's past due, $38,388.22. Again, I broke the story on Friday. Now, the minition here, it outlines that if Umar does not pay this bill within 20 days of August 5th of 2025, because that's when it was filed, that the city of Wilmington will take the next step, which would be to start the process to sell the property at a sheriff's sale. Okay. Now, mind you, I just want to make a point before we get into Umar's video that he just posted maybe about an hour ago. Umar didn't know about this. He didn't know that these things were posted on these doors, because if he had been up there and handling business, he would have saw that and he would have taken them off of the doors. So that's number one. It goes to show you he's not handling business. He's traveling all over the world. Furthermore, he's not handling business because he's known about this particular issue for some time. In fact, this whole thing about his accounts being frozen, this is Umar. He set the stage for this because he knew it was coming down the pike. He knew this was coming down. This makes sense? This is how diabolical Umar is. He crafts a whole narrative about that. I hacked his bank account, and that Lenon hacked his bank account. Then his bank accounts were frozen, his personal one and the FTMG. But he set that up about a month ago, that story. But then he brings it back up maybe about 2 weeks ago. And then here we are where this past Friday, I break the story about this situation here, him owing $38,388.22. And then today, Umar finally addresses it. But you see how diabolical Umar is. He's known about this. This issue goes back since he purchased these abandoned buildings in February of 2019. These bills have been accumulating since. And then he's on the hook. You donors are, Umar Johnson donors. You guys are on the hook for all the bills going all the way back to 2016 associated with these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, you all ready to get into this? Real quick, we're going to get into Umar's video, but this is the minition right here. Again, I can show you guys. I've already covered it there. You can actually see the digitized version of this. It's not the paperwork or PDF, but it explains what's all of the fees and stuff, the past due. This goes back many years ago, $38,388.22. Okay, this is just for one side of the street. That's all I have the paperwork for. Here's the second page right here, the writ of minition. Okay, the city of Wilmington versus Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy, Inc. All right, here's some more pages. And then all of a sudden you start to see all the bills start to be posted here. Okay, and again, you donors are responsible for this. Remember, I've already made very clear, and I've already proven without a shadow of a doubt that at a bare minimum, Umar has raised $1,677,860 since 2019. I'm not counting 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18, 5 other years. Bare minimum, $1,677,860. All right. I just want to give you guys something else in terms of taxes, because people are reporting about this as if it's taxes. This isn't taxes. Okay, the taxes are paid. Now, did Umar pay those taxes, or did someone else? That's the whole. I don't even want to get into that right now. But I did some calculations, and don't quote me on this because I want to go over this maybe 4 or 5 more times, okay? But I did some calculations. I went back to the old receipts of the taxes that were due from 2019 and 2020, and it came out to $172,931.86. Okay, don't quote me on that. I'm going to just kind of preface this. We'll get more into this. We probably want to come back tomorrow. $172,931.86. That's wasted money, because if Umar had his tax exempt status and paperwork in order and he had been handling business back in February of 2019, none of this would have been due. That's wasted money, $172,931.86. It's wasted money now, another $38,388.22 that's past due. This guy has wasted just right there over $200,000 because not one black boy has been educated. I've been telling people for many years now. He's a con man. I told you once, I told you twice, I told you 3 times. I said I told you once, I told you twice, I told you I said I told you once, I told you twice, I told you 3 times. I broke the story on Friday. Here we are now on Tuesday, and Umar comes out with a video to explain what's going on. I haven't watched the video, but let's get right on into it. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Thank you all for tuning on in. All right, here we go. Oh, by the way, this is what he posted on his Instagram that's associated with this particular video that we're going to be watching. And it says right here, Dr. Umar Johnson live from FTMG, Delaware, prepare for massive protest after completely ignoring Dr. Umar's repeated attempts since April to rectify the outstanding vacant property registration fee balance. And without any notification since that time, the city of Wilmington will auction our campus if balance isn't paid by August 25th. All donors, please call, email, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. By the way, these bills go back starting in 2019. Excuse me, 2020. Okay, it's in the paperwork. Matter of fact, I should put the point. And then on top of that, Umar, when he purchases these abandoned buildings, he takes on the liability for all of the other bills associated with these properties going all the way back to 2016. Matter of fact, let me do this because I want to be precise with this. I don't want to misrepresent anything. Okay, I'm all about the facts, the receipts, and about integrity. If we look at this paperwork, and this is going to take about a minute and a half, not even a minute. If we look at the paperwork, look at LenonHonor. I'm LenonHonor, by the way, if you're new here. If you look at the middle watermark there for LenonHonor, look right above that. It'll say person whose name is subject property is assessed, Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey, RBG Leadership Academy. That's Umar. And then it says for these years, taxes. You see how it doesn't show anything for taxes because the taxes are paid. I looked at that today. I've talked about that and reported on that in the past. Okay. And then it says water and sewer charges from December 19, 2016. So he has to pay this, you donors. This is what you guys are on. This is all wasted money. And then look right here. It says December 30th, 2024 through May 29th of 2025. Okay. All this comes out to $38,388. Exterior improvement charges from 2021. See, these bills are old. Vacant registration fee, 2020 to 2025. You see how, and he purchased properties in 2019. They go on a vacant property list in 2020. He hasn't handled this from the beginning. Key point, hit the 1. Boy, the block's hot tonight. Hit the 1. Key point. Look right there. It says vacant registration fee from 2020 to 2025, not 2025, not this month, not from April of 2025. This goes back to, I need to see some ones in this chat room today. Thank you. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. You see it says vacant registration fee from 2020 to 2025. Keep that in mind. Okay. 2020 to hashtag 2020 to 2025. Civil penalty years, 2020. You see this? Amount of judgment. Look, it says taxes is 0. There's no taxes due. People reporting on that it's taxes. It's not taxes, and that's okay. Okay. Then it shows an itemized list of everything else that's due: water and sewer, exterior improvement charges, vacant registration fees, $15,500. My goodness. Civil penalty charges, plus interest and penalties, the title search costs, protonotary fees, and sheriff's costs and fees. And then principal amount as of clock end date total is $17,810.77. This is on one side of the street. On the other side of the street, it's over $20,000 for a grand total of $38,388.22. But the key point here, before we get into the video, is that if you look there, these fees and charges, these go back to at least 2020. Okay. And then if you look even above that, it'll say 2016 for the water and sewer charges. Umar has known about this, the sewer charges, since 2019. And then he definitely has known about these other fees starting in 2021. Okay. Now let's go back to what Umar posted here, because this guy, he's such a pathological liar, but we have the receipts. He says, just about an hour ago, he says, prepare for massive protests after completely ignoring Dr. Umar's repeated attempts since April to rectify the outstanding vacant property registration fee balance. Well, the vacant property registration fee balance, Umar, the charges go back to when? 2020. They've been ongoing since 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. You ain't paid these shits in 6 years. What you mean in April you try to, what are you talking about? You don't handle business. That's what I've been telling people, you don't handle business. He's a con man. Give me the money. Give me. He don't produce nothing. He don't even pay basic bills like a grown person should. Hit the one. But you see how he spends it? I've been talking since April. What you mean you've been talking since April of 2025? These bills go back to 2020 and before that, if you want to go back to 2016. Okay, keep that in mind. Repeated attempts since April to rectify the outstanding vacant property registration fee balance, and without any notification since that time. Come on, Umar. They've been trying to get this money out of you. There's receipts that you can go online and look at these fees. You guys know that? I can pull it up right now. You can go look at these fees. You see it each month. You see they accrue. Umar's not paying on anything. Without any notice since that time, the city of Wilmington will auction our campus if balance isn't paid by August 25th. That's what I told y'all on Friday. Today is Tuesday. The total amount is $38,308.22. Let's get into the video. Shout out to the Coup Chat. Let's go. He up in that rental car. Maybe you should have stopped, get a regular car, stop renting cars, and stop wasting the donors' money, Umar. Huh? Maybe you need to stop traveling around the world and wasting people's money, Umar. Huh? Maybe you shouldn't have thrown them two block parties with Miguel Jackson and all of them. And instead, I'm sure that probably was more than $38,000 for them two block parties. You don't handle business. You ain't serious. But you want to party. You want to have a good time over in Africa, dancing and all of these things. Renting cars, living in and out of hotel motels, huh? And then when you can't afford it, like right now, you're living in your mama closet. So you don't handle business. You donors, you don't giving this guy $1,677,860 since 2019, and this is where we at today. No, this is where y'all at today, because that's y'all's principle, not mine. And now he want to sit up here looking all grumpy and sad. This is on him. But you know what Umar is going to do? Even before he watched the video, he's going to blame somebody else. He never holds himself accountable. Let's go.
Peace in Pan Africanism. 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 Happy Leo season. Happy Black August.
Maybe you should stop eating out all the time, Umar. And remember, he was eating all good. Not these days, though, because he done ran through all that money. Maybe you instead of eating out all the time in a drop squad kitchen and it's your birthday, y'all eating crab legs and chicken and hog mog and all these things. Save that money. Let me stop. Let's go.
Happy Leo season. Happy Black August. Happy Leo season. Happy Black August. Peace and
Umar, maybe instead of buying all these dashikis with the donors' money, because you ain't got no job and you ain't worked consistently since 2010, 2011, maybe take that money and put it towards these bills, homeboy.
Pan-Africanism to my continental Africans, my Nigerian Africans, my Ghanaian Africans, my Togolese, Benin Africans, my Liberian, Basutu Africans,
Umar, maybe let me stop.
Congolese, Angola, Mozambique, my Eritrean, Somalia, Ethiopian, Madagascar, Sudan Africans, my Lesotho, my Zimbabwe, my South Africans. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my Caribbean Africans. We're my Jamaican Africans, my Turks and Caicos, my Bahamian, Bermudian,
here we go with the roll call.
Caribbean Africans. Cuban, Puerto Rico, Dominican
Shout out to Black
Republic
Wolf
Africans.
and Kiara.
Peace and Pan Africanism to my South American Africans. Brazil, I will see you in November. Brazil, I will see you in November.
Umar, maybe instead of traveling over the world and using the donors' money to pay for flights and hotels and motels and holiday inns, maybe you should put this money towards the school like you should have done. Anyway.
Peace and Pan-Africanism to my Central American Africans. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my Canadian Africans. Where my Toronto Africans at? My Montreal Africans, my Nova Scotia Africans. Where my Asiatic Africans, China.
Yeah, Umar turned the comments off on this video.
In Japan, Africans in Korea, Vietnam.
Oh, man.
Where my South Pacific Africans? Where my...
Did you say Vietnam? What in the world? He said Vietnam. Anyway.
Australian Africans at? My Melbourne Africans.
By the way, the reason why Umar does this roll call, because he wants everyone in these different places around the world to feel as if they're part of what he's going through. And that maximizes on the probability of Umar being able to get money out of these different people from all around the world. That's why he does this. And right now, because the situation is so dire, and I told y'all I was going to get to this after the Cash App got shut down. Hit the one. I told y'all this was going to happen. When the Cash App got shut down, wasn't that earlier this year? I told y'all way back then, and here we are. But see, he wants to try to get that money. Here we go.
Africans, my Sydney Africans, where them Australian Africans at? Where my American Africans at? My Texas Africans, my Chicago, Detroit, Milwaukee, St. Louis, my Nashville Africans, my Oakland, my Sacramento, my Los Angeles, my San Diego, my Phoenix Africans, my Arkansas, my Mississippi, my Louisiana, my Florida, my Georgia, my Texas, my Maryland, my Virginia, Washington, D.C., we stand with you. Washington, D.C., we stand with you. Donald Trump want to pull out the National Guard. Washington, D.C., we stand with you. My Philly Africans, my West Philly, my North Philly, my Southwest Philly, my Derby, my Yaden, my Chester Africans, my Delaware Africans, my Wilmington Africans. Thank you for standing with us. Wilmington, Delaware Africans, my Dover, Delaware Africans, my Sussex County Africans, my Connecticut Africans, my Brooklyn, my Harlem, my Long Island, Staten Island, Boogie Down Bronx.
Whatever you do.
Africans.
Whatever.
Brothers and sisters, this is a special FDMG announcement.
Here we go. Let's go.
Please hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Brothers and sisters, this is a special FDMG announcement. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Make your donations for Black August Leo season. I will see you in Nat Turner land. August the 21st, next week, Nat Turner land.
Yeah, I told
Make sure you go to natturnerlibrary.com and get your tickets. Make sure you go to natturnerlibrary.com and get your tickets. Make sure you go to natturnerlibrary.com and get your tickets. I will see you in Nat Turner land.
Yeah, they be scamming down there too.
August the 21st.
And I have the receipts to prove it.
New Orleans, Louisiana, August the 29th. I will see you. Hurricane Katrina 20th anniversary. New Orleans, Louisiana, August the 29th. Hurricane Katrina 20th anniversary. Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Dr. Umar coming to town for the first time. Saturday, August the 30th. Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Dr. Umar coming to town for the first time. Saturday, August the 30th. Hattiesburg, where my Mississippi Africans at? I want to see Jackson. I want to see Biloxi.
Here you go. We got 3,168 people in the building. If you're enjoying the show already, go and hit that like button. There is a poll question too, by the way. What will Umar Johnson do next? Pay the $38,388.22 that's due, or allow the buildings to be auctioned? All right. So far, 88% say allow the buildings to be auctioned. 12% say pay the $38,388.22. Let's keep going. Here we go.
I want to see Gulfport. I want to see all of my Mississippi Africans in Hattiesburg on Saturday, August the 30th. Mobile, Alabama. Where you at? Where my Alabama Africans at? I don't care if you Birmingham. I don't care if you Montgomery. I don't care if you in Selma. I better see you in Mobile, Alabama for the Africatown Community Festival on Sunday, August the 31st. I better see you in Mobile, Alabama for the Africatown Community Festival on Sunday, August the 31st. Special announcement.
There we go.
FDMG Academy bank accounts are still frozen. FDMG Academy bank accounts are still frozen.
Well, then how are you getting PayPal? How are you receiving PayPal, Umar? From my understanding, PayPal is not a standalone. It's not a bank. This makes sense? Anyway.
The Umar personal bank account is still frozen. Dr. Umar personal bank account is still frozen. Brothers and sisters, we are fighting this war against FDMG and Dr. Umar Tunde. We are fighting this war against FDMG and Dr. Umar Tunde.
You're fighting a war against the school and you? What are you talking about? What's wrong with this guy? That's like me saying I'm fighting a war against Lenon in the Cookie Crush chat. Huh? What in the world is going on here? Does that make sense? Tonight I'm fighting a war, family, against LenonHonor and the Cookie Crush chat. Wait a minute. You are LenonHonor. I am?
We were supposed to get a refund within 4 days of our accounts being shut down. We were supposed.
Okay, wait, you said that they're frozen. Now you're saying they're shut down. What are you talking about? See how he don't even have his lies straight. This guy's a path to lie. He didn't have a lie straight the first time. Then it's the first two times we talking about this bank account stuff. Y'all see this? You said it was frozen. Now whatever. Let's go. Let me back it up.
War against FDMG and Dr. Umar Tunde. We are fighting this war against FDMG and Dr. Umar Tunde.
Yeah, it's bad.
We were supposed to get a refund within 4 days of our accounts being shut down. We were supposed to get a refund within 4 days of our accounts being shut down. We still haven't got our refund. We still haven't got our refund. We still haven't got our refund. So, not only are the accounts frozen.
What else, Umar?
Not only are the accounts frozen. Make sure y'all hit my
Venmo, PayPal. See, he need money back. So not only are the accounts frozen, he got bills to pay, but I told y'all that's what he was going to say. I told y'all that on Friday. Today's Monday. I told y'all that on Friday, August 8th. Was it August 8th? Yeah. And today is Tuesday, August 12th. Let's go.
Venmo and my PayPal. PayPal.me/Umar the Psychologist. PayPal.me/Umar the Psychologist, or tap my Venmo.
Don't do it like
Text me for the links to donate to FDMG. Text me for the
up,
links to
Humble
support Dr. Umar. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858.
Yeah, Eric from the tech support.
On August the 5th, brothers and sisters. On August the 5th. The city of Wilmington, Delaware, took out a notice to auction off the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy campus.
Okay, and I want you guys to understand something. This minition, they just don't do this right away. There's things that have to take place in advance of them taking it to this step. See, Umar's going to try to act like this is all recent, but since April. No, this has been going on for years now. And finally, they said, okay, we're not playing with you anymore. And they've taken the steps to issue this minition. But it's not like they did it, the day of or the week prior or the month prior. They've been building this up. Okay, Umar's been warned. Umar don't pay bills, and you guys can go and look. It's public record. You can look at all the bills for FTMG for both parcels, both sides of the street, and you'll see going all the way back to 2019. Umar's not paying bills consistently.
For unpaid vacant property registration fees.
That's part of it. There's other fees there too, Umar.
I repeat, on August the 5th, the city of Wilmington, Delaware, took out a lien to auction off the campus we bought, the campus we've been working on for 6.5 years. I was not notified of this.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
We were not notified of this.
This guy, see, he can't hold himself accountable for anything. He's a pathological liar. That's a blatant lie. I can't, well, no, I just can't believe he would go this far with it. Didn't I tell you guys in the beginning? He can't hold himself. He has to blame someone else. It's someone else's fault. Well, they didn't notify me. Like I said, these bills go back to 2020, through 2020 to 2025, hashtag 2020 to 2025. Umar is aware of these bills. You can look at these bills online. You mean to tell me they haven't sent him any paperwork over since 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025? Is that reasonable? No, he's lying. That's what it is.
This past weekend, without an email, this past weekend, without a letter in the mail, this past weekend, without a phone call, the city of Wilmington put a notice on the door handle of both of our schools.
Yep, and there it is. I broke the story on Friday before you even brought it up, before Umar even knew about it, that it was posted on these doors. What does that tell y'all? He ain't handling business. He traveling around the world, doing what he do. Then he want to whine and complain and cry about it now.
Informing me that if we don't pay the vacant property registration fees of Wilmington, put a notice on the door handle of both of our schools, informing me that if we don't pay the past due vacant property registration fees and outstanding utilities by the 25th of Black August, they will sell our campus.
Damn.
Brothers and sisters, can I ask you a question?
Damn, this is crazy. Real quick, he's only talking about the vacant property fees, but I want you guys to understand that in order to get the properties off of the vacant property list in Delaware, he has to pay any outstanding taxes, right? If the property has was listed due to unpaid taxes, ensure all back taxes, penalties, and interest are paid in full. That's not why these buildings are listed there. He has to address code violations, right? If the listing resulted from code violations, property maintenance issues, obviously address these issues and obtain the necessary permits or approval. He has a lot to get done just to get these off the vacant property list. Contact the municipality, reach out to the relevant local government department, e.g. the Department of License and Inspection. That's L&I. They've given him tickets in the past to inform them of the changes and provide documentation providing ownership and resolution of issues. There's a lot of issues that need to be resolved up there, including black mold. Just to be clear about this, Umar, I don't think he understands this process just to get it off of the vacant property list. He hasn't done this over the last 6.5 years. Let's go.
Why were we not notified that they were going to try to sell our campus?
Umar, I notified everybody on Friday, but you cut it out. This guy lies so much, it's crazy. Let's go.
Brothers and sisters, why are they trying to sell our campus at the very moment that our accounts are frozen? Brothers and sisters, is it a coincidence?
Here he go.
Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that the city of Wilmington is trying to sell properties that we own and have been working on continuously?
No, you haven't been working on it continuously, Umar. You've been traveling around the world most of the time over the last 6.5 years. And why you keep saying we? It's we when you need money, right?
Behind our backs. They were going to sell our schools behind our backs.
That's not how this works, Umar. This is nuts.
They didn't even tell us that they were going to try to sell our schools. We received no notice in the mail. We received no notice by email. We received.
Listen, if you believe this guy, hit the 1. If you don't believe him, hit the 2. This is ridiculous. They have his P.O. box. You know, how many times has Umar gone to this P.O. box to go pick up donations? You mean to tell me you couldn't find no letter from the city? I wonder if there's anyone on planet Earth that believes this shit. It's actually insulting, real talk. It's insulting. You Umar Johnson followers, he's insulting your intelligence right here. So ridiculous. Like I said in the beginning, these bills go back to 2020. Umar hasn't paid them. So no, it's not all of a sudden.
Received no phone calls at all that they were going to try to sell out schools. Instead, they put a notice on the door handle. Somebody stole one set of notifications and sent it to the YouTubian struggle streamers.
No one stole anything, Umar. Cut it out. See, here he go. Here he go.
Somebody.
I'm the YouTube and struggle streamer that he's talking about. Okay. Umar, you always call the people struggle stream, but evidently you could taking a big loss right now, homeboy. And you had this whole year, especially this month, this whole year, you've been having a bad year talking about other people's struggle streaming. You need to cut it out.
Stole the Frederick Douglass High School paperwork off the front door and sent it to the struggle streamers.
See, he has to say stole it. Umar, you goofy, man. This guy, he's such a liar. He really is. Let's go.
But luckily for us, Sister Ra Ebony was able to get the paperwork off the Marcus Garvey School before the haters stole that paperwork.
This guy is crazy. Let's go.
Believe, brothers and sisters, and please let me know your opinion. I believe, brothers and sisters.
You better not blame this on me.
And please let me know your opinion. I believe, brothers and sisters, and please let me know your.
Listen, if you don't stop, just come on now. That's enough.
Opinion. I believe that they were going to sell the school, and they wanted to sell the school before we found out.
Boy, this guy, he crazy.
I believe that they wanted to sell the school before we found out. We were not supposed to know that they were going to sell our school. Why do I say that? We were given no notification. We received no letter in the mail. We received no email. We received no phone call that they were going to try to sell our schools. Instead, they put a notice on the door. In a low-income neighborhood, they put a notice on the door with.
Well, I've been saying that for a long time. It's impoverished. Why are you going to be charging these families $500 a month for their children to enroll and to attend FTMG if it's a low income, Umar? Huh? So what are you talking about?
Rubber band and masking tape. They put a notice on the school front door with.
So what? Why you gotta whine about everything? It's everything. And you know what else they put? And on top of that, when they put the paper up there, the paper was folded. I mean, don't nobody care about any of that, Umar. Why you gotta do this? Just man up, okay? You're always complaining about something. And they put it up with a piece of tape and a rubber band. And also, you know, they left a footprint on the third step. Don't nobody care about all that, Umar. Why you got to do that? You always complain. Well, I'm kind of complaining too, so let me stop. When you watch the Umar videos, he be rubbing off on you. You know what I'm saying? You started talking like Umar. All right, let's go.
A rubber band and masking tape.
Okay. And?
Brothers and sisters, it gets worse.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Back in April, when I found out about the overdue vacant property registration fees,
even still, okay, you lying. Okay, because these bills go back to 2020. Right. In other words, we're talking over 5 years, over a half a decade later, and you just figuring this out. You just finding this out. No, cut it out. You're lying. But even still, if you find this out in April, you have June, July, and part of August to get 3 months to get this taken care of. If it's $38,388, let me get out my calculator, and we're gonna type in $38,388.22, and we're gonna divide that by 3 for 3 months. You would need to come up with $12,796 a month. Well, Umar, where's the money at? Because your bank accounts wasn't frozen back in April, right? These alleged bank accounts that are frozen, but then you said that they were canceled, and then once you said they didn't exist, they didn't. So back in April, homeboy, you should have the money to be able to pay these bills, Umar, even if that's when you first, which is a lie. You didn't find out in April of 2025. These bills go back to 2020, homeboy. Stop. But if we're gonna play Umar's head movies game where he's a pathological liar, he has to paint this narrative that he's being persecuted and they stole the thing off the door, and they use tape and a rubber band, and on top of that, they're trying to sell the school without me knowing. If you want to play that game, well, bottom line is, over the last 3 months, Umar, you should have had the money inside of your account to pay this off. Or at the very least, get to begging back in April. Well, you was begging back in April, so let me think about that. Get to begging back in May. Well, you were begging in May. Let me think about that one too. Get to begging in June. Well, you were begging in June, July. Yeah, you was begging. Wait a minute. He said April, right? April, May, June, July. It's actually 4 months. Okay. So we're going to take $38,388.22, and we're going to divide that by 4. That's $9,597 a month. Where'd the money go, Umar? There's a lot of money that's missing too, by the way. But you have if the issue is your bank accounts were frozen, that's recent, right? But going all back to April, didn't he say April? Well, why didn't you handle that back then, Umar, when they told you for the first time, allegedly? You see, let's keep going. See, it don't even make no sense. His stories, I mean, he don't even, well, I tell you, he be lying, don't even make no sense. Let's go.
I had asked the city of Wilmington if they could retroactively apply our nonprofit waiver.
What are you talking about? Your nonprofit status has nothing to do with the bills, Umar. What is going on here? You had nonprofit status in 2020. These bills start in 2020, plus the bills that had accrued going all the way back to 2016. What are you talking about? These bills have absolutely nothing to do with nonprofit status. Now, the taxes would have something to do with that, yes, but the taxes are already paid. So what are you talking about, Umar? See, you know what Umar's doing? Because he's a liar, he's a pathological liar. And this is something I've noticed about him over the years. His memory, Lenon talks about this. His memory, it's just not what it used to be. And he conflates things, he mixes things up. Right here, he's talking about the tax situation that was going on back in 2019 and 2020 when he didn't have tax exempt status. Anyone remember that? Hit the 1. See, back then when he gets tax exempt status in 2020, it's not retroactive. I've actually said that not many times, but I've talked about that in the past. It's not retroactive. So that's why back then in taxes, it all accumulated $172,931.86. What Umar is talking about here was when he was talking with the city to try to see if they can apply his tax exempt status retroactively so that you donors wouldn't have to pay and waste $172,931.86. See, I can pull up the receipt again and you guys will see, and you can see it on the online record of this too. It's not as it's not as detailed, but if you look right here, look, LenonHonor, right? I'm LenonHonor too, by the way. Make sure you all hit that like button if you're enjoying the show. There is a poll question. Go and get your vote in. But if you look LenonHonor in the middle one, and you look right above that, It says for these years, taxes, you see that there's nothing there for taxes. Hit the one. Water and sewer charges. Well, there's water and sewer charges from December 19, 2016, and then December 30th of 2024 through May 29th of 2025. You guys see any taxes there? Exterior improvement charges, 2021. Vacant registration fees, 2020 to 2025, not April of 2025. Umar, cut it out. Civil penalty years, 2020. See? And then here's the amount of the judgment. Taxes, what does it say there? It says 0. So what are you talking about, Umar? Well, he's talking about the taxes from 2019 and 2020. See, he lies so much and he gets confused in his own mind. That's part of the memory issues that Umar is having and have been having. He has been having for quite some time. Has been having, if that makes sense. And you see the water and sewer charges, $1,854, $1,760 exterior improvement charges, $156.06. Vacant registration fees, $15,500. That has nothing to do with taxes, Umar. It has nothing to do with tax exempt status. Anyone, if you have tax exempt status and these properties on the vacant property list, you're going to have these charges are going to start to accrue. If you don't have tax exempt status and your properties look like trap bandos and aren't up to code, well, they're going to be put on the vacant property list, and these fees are going to start to accrue. So it has nothing to do with tax exempt status. Got him.
According to the non-waiver for the city of Wilmington, fees, I had asked the city of Wilmington if they could retroactively apply our nonprofit waiver.
That has nothing to do with these bills, Umar.
According to the nonprofit waiver for the city of Wilmington, if you are a nonprofit organization, they will waive your vacant property registration fees for 4 years.
For 4 years, huh? Non-profit waiver in Wilmington, Delaware, vacant property list. All right, so look, I looked this up. Umar's correct here. It says a 4-year waiver of the registration fee. No, this is for the registration fees. What are you talking about, Umar? Let me look at this. It says, as the owner, you have the right to appeal the registration requirement or assess fees to your property. Well, Umar, have you done that? The appeal, submit a $50 non-refundable filing fee no later than 30 days from the date of the billing statement. Well, these bills have been accumulating, Umar, since 2020. And a written request stating your reasons for an appeal, evidence supporting your appeal may be introduced at the hearing. And then there's a place where you can send the request. It says delinquent registration fees as a lien. If the owner fails to pay the vacant registration fee by the due date, which you haven't done, the fee shall constitute a debt due to the city. So what are you talking about, Umar? Duty to amend registration statement. If the status of the registration information changes, it is the responsibility of the owner to advise the Department of Writing on such changes within 30 days of the change. Violation penalties. If the owner refuses to or fails to register the vacant building, which he hasn't done, or pay any required fees, a violation shall be issued within 30 days after the due date, punishable upon conviction by the fine of $100 to $500 for each refusal or failure. This fine is not subject to suspension or reduction. There is a one-time fee waiver. You may request a one-time fee waiver of the registration fee if, this is specifically about the registration fee though, Umar. You may request a one-time waiver of your registration fee if you are in the process of substantial repair of the vacant building rehabilitation or demolition, and work will be completed within a reasonable period of time. Well, obviously that hasn't taken place. So you don't even qualify for this. This is something different anyway. You were actively attempting to sell or lease the property during the vacancy period. And from what you told us, you haven't been doing that. Man. This is a waiver for the registration fees, Umar. You can appeal a vacant property fee, but you have to qualify for that, and you don't qualify for that. Let's keep going. That's probably why they didn't give it to him. Let's see.
If you are a non-profit organization in the city of Wilmington, They will waive your nonprofit vacant property registration fees for 4 years. If they would have applied our nonprofit vacant property registration waiver, we would owe absolutely nothing.
No, what you said for 4 years, he's conflating two different things. See, the charges for the vacant property, that's because the buildings are not up to code. They're bandos, right? He hasn't done anything to get these buildings up to code. I mean, he's doing things that painting, that's not going to get the building up to code. You know, doing tile, that's not going to, putting on some doors, you know, on the inside or locks or whatever he's talking about, that's not going to get the building up to code. Well, it's part of the process, I should say. The point is that he hasn't done what needs to be done in order to get the properties off of the vacant property list. And so long as that they're on the property list, these fees are going to accrue. See, but he's conflating the fee that you pay, which is a filing fee, with the charges that are the result of these buildings being on the vacant property list for the last 6.5 years. Let me go back.
They will waive your vacant property registration fees for 4 years.
See how he's saying the registration fee? Okay, he's not talking about the property fee, the vacant property fee. You see the difference? Hit the one. Go, well, Umar, you a trip. See, and Umar, his ability to manipulate people and lie is based upon keeping them in a state of ignorance. See, there is a vacant property fee, but that's not the same of the charges for being on the vacant property list. See, the vacant property fee, he's talking, well, here, let's go back again. He's something else. This guy, he is something else.
Wilmington, if you are a nonprofit organization, they will waive your vacant property registration fees for 4 years.
See, he's talking about the registration fee. I'm looking at it right here. The registration fee it's a filing fee of $50. That's not the same as being on the vacant property list, and as a consequence, there's these fees that accrue over time. Okay. Anyway, let's go.
4 years. If you are a nonprofit organization in the city of Wilmington, they will waive your nonprofit vacant property registration fees for 4 years. If they would have applied our nonprofit vacant property registration waiver, we would owe absolutely nothing. We would owe absolutely nothing. We would owe absolutely nothing.
Yeah, let me look at, and I read that off of the Wilmington.gov website. Let me read something else to you guys. In Delaware, a nonprofit organization seeking a waiver for vacant property registration fees. That's all. Just to register. That ain't got nothing to do with these fees that have accrued. And now all together with everything else, we're talking $38,388. You can still gonna be like, oh, because you have tax exempt status, you don't have to pay this $38,388.22. No. This guy, he's something else. Let's go.
But I asked them, and they ignored my emails for 4 months.
So you've been emailing them and they haven't been emailing you? If that's the case, instead of going over to Africa, why don't you go on down there to around the way and get in that rental car and drive about for 4 or 5 minutes and go down there to go get this cleared up, Umar? See what I mean? It's ridiculous. This guy lies so much.
Ignored my phone calls for 4 months. They ignored our emails for 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
They ignored our phone calls for 4 months.
Boy, this guy, he can't hold himself accountable for anything. He just gets straight to lying every time.
And instead, the first time I hear from them since April.
We got 5,438 people. I do believe that's another record. We've been breaking records this month, last month, month to month. Thank you all so much, everyone inside the Cookware chat. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. I'd appreciate that. That'll help with the algorithm. We're already at over 1,200 likes. There is a poll question. What will Umar Johnson do next? We have 2,650 votes so far. 13% say pay the $38,388.22 that's due. 87% allow the buildings. 87% say allow the buildings to be auctioned. Shout out to everyone inside the Cookie Crush. I appreciate y'all. Okay, here we go.
The first time I hear from them since contacting them April.
Okay, again, Umar, these bills go back to 2020. We're at 5,508. Okay, so we have broken the record. Thank you all so much. I appreciate y'all.
Asking them to apply our vacant property registration fee waiver to.
Okay, the registration fee is $50, Umar. This guy, boy, I'm getting a little tired of this. Because really, it's called a filing fee. Okay. This is the city of Wilmington website. Let me do a screen share. Umar, come on, man. You and see, but he all this is predicated on keeping his followers in a state of ignorance. But what we do over here is, and it's not even over here. I don't want to make it seem like, that's not that. It's what I tend to do is I look for receipts and I do research. Okay, I've done extensive research into Umar. But let me just show you all this right quick. If you look right here, it says, as the owner, you have the right to appeal the registration requirement in or assessed fee for your property. To appeal, submit a $50 non-refundable filing fee. No later than 30 days from the date of the billing statement, and a written request stating your reasons for an appeal. Evidence supporting your appeal may be introduced at the hearing. So Umar, he doesn't even have his terminology right. He's conflating this filing fee, which he's calling a registration fee, with the actual fees that have accrued because these abandoned buildings are on the vacant property list. Two separate things. Okay, let's keep going.
Last 4 years, we would owe absolutely nothing. They ignored me since April.
Yeah, he doesn't owe any property taxes right now. He did in the past. That my calculations, and I got to go back and do this 4 or 5 times. I did it like 5 times already. My calculations, it was about $172,931.86 in taxes. That was from 2019 and 2020. And someone could ask, well, why would it be that much if he got these abandoned buildings for $400,000? Well, there's a difference between what he purchased these abandoned buildings for, and the assessed value of these abandoned buildings. The taxes aren't based upon the purchase price. The taxes are based upon the assessed value, which was over $1 million. I think it was like closer to $2 million, if memory serves me correctly. Okay, I think it was over $2 million, somewhere around there. Okay, so if it's $2 million over the course of 2 years, okay, now it makes more sense for it to be $172,931.86. That includes interest and fees because he didn't pay it on time. See? Let's continue.
No phone call, no email, nothing in the postal mail since April.
Well, then go down there. That's handling business, Umar. You got to blame everybody else.
And the first thing we find out, the first time we hear from them since April, is a letter on the front door of the school, affixed with a rubber band and masking tape.
So what, Umar? Why you got to even bring that up? This is the minition right here. Writ of minition. That's what he's talking about. Umar, you're a trip.
A rubber and masking tape.
So what? What does that matter? Cry, baby. Cut it out.
Brothers and sisters, giving us 20 days to pay these back taxes. We already.
Okay, are these taxes, Cookie Crush chat? So sometimes I think that this gets something wrong with him. He conflating the registration fee with the charges for being on the vacant property list. Now he's talking about taxes. I already showed y'all this not a tax issue. Oh, he got 14 days. You got 2 weeks, homeboy. You better get it together, Umar. You got 14 days. If you guys look right here, if anyone came a little bit later, okay, hold on 1 second. If you look right here, look at LenonHonor in the middle. I'm LenonHonor, by the way. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. And if you just look right above that, it says years. Taxes, there's nothing there. Water and sewer charges, December 19th, 2016, December 30th, 2024 through May 28th of 2025. Exterior improvement charges for 2021. Vacant registration fees from 2020 to 2025. You see, vacant registration fees, that's not the same as what Umar is conflating. And really what he's saying is the filing fee, a non-refundable filing fee. Two separate things. So you see the vacant registration from 2020 to 2025, civil penalty for years 2020, and then here's the amount of judgment. Look at taxes under LenonHonor, the middle LenonHonor watermark. If you look right there, it says taxes. What does it say there, Cookie Crush chat? I wonder if Umar's even read this. What does it say there? It says 0. And it's 0 on the other one too, because you can look online to actually see. And I'll actually post a link to where you guys can look this up. There are a couple of people who were saying, well, listen, you put the link to the website where you can go look this up, but it doesn't work, so I don't believe you. Well, no, maybe you need to, maybe you have an ad blocker, or maybe there's something going on with your computer. But I've been on there and I've looked many times, and many of you guys inside the chat room, you guys have looked too. That's one thing I don't do. I don't rely on Umar. I have receipts to back up everything I'm saying. And if I don't have a receipt, I'll say I'm speculating or I believe. Okay. It says 0. That's what it say on there. Taxes, 0. So what is Umar talking about? All right, let's get back to it.
Paid $30,000, bro, is a letter on the front door of the school, affixed with a rubber band and masking tape. A rubber band and masking tape.
Oh,
brothers and
Jones.
sisters.
Thank you. T. Jones gifted 10 memberships. Very kind of you. Very kind. Everyone, thank T. Jones for that. And anyone, if you received one of those memberships, make sure you thank T. Jones. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I'm sure that those 10 new members, they appreciate it too. Okay. Shout out to T. Jones. Thank you so much, sis. I appreciate that. Let's go.
Giving us 20 days to pay these back taxes. We already paid $30,000 for water that we don't even use. We just paid $30,000.
Well, whose fault is that? These are bad. You've been sitting on these abandoned buildings for what, 6.5 years, Umar? What are you talking about? Whose fault is that? See, that's all wasted money. This guy, he's wasted. It's because you can even throw the purchase price for these trap bandos. Online record says 400,000. It could be It could be. He said a little more than that. It could be 40 to 20. I guess it can actually be a lot less than that. Umar never provided any receipts. The point is that even purchasing these trap bandos, if in fact he purchased it for $400,000, that's a waste of money too, because not one black child's been educated. And then you've been sitting on these abandoned buildings for 6.5 years, and all of the fees and charges and bills that have accumulated. You put all this together, this guy's wasted $1 million, easy $1 million he's wasted for nothing, because not one black child's been educated. He's thrown 2 block parties up there, but that money for those block parties should have gone towards paying these bills, Umar. And see, the longer he has these abandoned buildings and he ain't doing nothing with them, the more bills you donors have to pay for nothing, because not one black child's been educated. But then he wants to blame everybody else. He never holds himself accountable. See? Now, if he had been handling business from the day one, February of 2019, he wouldn't be in the position that he's in now here on August 12th of 2025. Hit the one. Umar, you wouldn't be in this position if you handle business. But you know what? It's not about handling business. It's not about opening up a school. It's not about the black boys or the black girls or the black single mamas. And it ain't nothing about none of that. It's about getting that money and getting them draws. That's all it comes down to. Let's go.
To the city of Wilmington for water that we don't even use. And now we got to pay another $30,000 for vacant property registration fees. That
it's not registration. If you don't stop with this, Umar, what in the world? You remember Umar was doing that? in that one video because he was mad at Lene because she told all the business. Umar, please don't say that again, because that's not what it is. It's not the registration fees. It's because these bandos are on the vacant property list. That's why, Umar. So don't do that no more. Don't do that anymore. Look at this guy.
We shouldn't even owe because we should have a waiver. We should.
That's not how the waiver works, Umar. Man, this guy.
Have a waiver. We should have a waiver. And it gets worse, brothers and sisters. It gets worse because they are raising the vacant property registration fee. They are.
This, you know, it occurs to me, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Listen, listen, I know at least this much, that if these properties are not up to code and they're in dilapidated state, as they are, and they've been since even before he acquired these trapped bandos. And the city, see, you have to register if they're on the vacant property, you got to register to get them off of the vacant property list. But there's steps that you have to take before you register to prove that they should not be on the vacant property list, right? Like getting them up to code, cleaning shit up, and having licensed contractors come through to do the work. And you present all that information when you file to get these abandoned buildings or these properties or this property or whatever property off of the vacant property list. So there's steps that Umar has to go through just to get, and now he's talking about this filing fee. That's just to put in the paperwork, but even in advance of that, you got to have you got to have this together, Umar, and you haven't done that.
Raising fee. They are raising the vacant property registration fee this fall.
Not the registration fee. Okay, what he really means to say, and I don't know the exact terminology, but I know what he's talking about because I've looked this up. He's talking about however much it costs per year to have your property on the vacant property list. There, you're charged for that. Anyone in the chat, no, go on and type it. There may be someone who knows. I've looked this up. I can't remember what the figure is, but it's significant. I thought it was 5,500 or something like that. But every single year, or 3,500, something like that. But every single year that they're sitting on the vacant property list, those fees accrue. That's separate than the filing fee. And those fees are going to continue to accrue until Umar gets these buildings up to code. And then once they're up to code, he can put in to get these off of the vacant property list. And then he can go and get the certificate of occupancy. Let's keep going.
From $5,000 a year to $12,000 a year.
Okay, so remember I said 5,000? See, then I said 3,500, but I said 5,000 the first time, hit the one. So now he's saying they're going to raise it to 12,000. For everybody? They're going to raise it, they're going to double it plus some? Does that sound reasonable? What is that, like 110%? So I just did the math about something like that. Is that what they're gonna do? Somebody at Par B would probably figure how much, what percent, if it goes from $500 to, what did he say, to $1,200? What's the increase on that? About I don't know. 110%, something like that. But they're going to do that for everyone. Or is it just for you, Umar, because you've been negligent on paying these bills for the last 6.5 years? And I can see them doing that. Hey, listen, you ain't paid these for 6.5 years, you're going to bump this up on your ass. See? Yeah, he said, listen, Phoenix rising. Listen, that 5,000 is Phoenix, and it just started rising up to 12,000. Can you believe this guy? Yes, about 120%. What did I say? 110? I apologize. Man's not my strong suit. Okay. Just arbitrarily out the blue, they're gonna raise it to about 120%. Okay. Yeah, we broke the record for people in attendance too. Okay. Shout out to everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. My goodness. I appreciate it. He said they're raising the fee from $50 to $500,000, family. Hit your coin. That non-refundable registration fee, they done put it up to $500,000 this month, family. Someone said it's 140. I don't know. I just get my calculator out and I'll do the. Okay, let's get back to it. I'm goofing off. All right, here we go.
Because they are raising the vacant property registration fee. They are raising the vacant property registration fee this fall from $5,000 a year to $12,000 a year. I'm going to say it again. They are raising the vacant property registration fee this fall.
And it's not the registration fee. He's talking about what accrues each year, okay, by your property being on the vacant property list. Again, I don't think this guy knows anything about what he's talking about at all.
From $5,000 a year to $12,000 a year. Brothers and sisters, I want y'all to get ready for a protest.
Here we go.
I want all FDMG donors and supporters to get ready for a protest. We may have to march on City Hall, brothers and sisters. We may have to march on City Hall because of the racism. I'm going to call it what it is, racism.
See that? And Umar already telegraphed this too. You guys remember last year where Umar, in fact, I think he was on the Breakfast Club last year, the year before, where he was talking about how the vacant property list, he was talking about how when he puts in his certificate of occupancy, you guys remember that? That the city's not going to deny it because of he didn't use the term racism. He says prejudice or something like that, which is basically the same thing. And basically the terminology is a little bit different, but I got what he was saying back then. Hit the one, y'all remember this. And he says that he's going to have to protest and they're going to have to rally and he's going to have to sue the city. That's what he said back then. Anybody remember this? Hit the one. So he already has this scripted out. He knew this was coming down the pike anyway. Whether it's the vacant property list, whether it is the certificate of occupancy, he already has an excuse lined up to try to blame someone else. And in this case, he's saying it's because of racism. Listen, if you don't pay your bills, that ain't got nothing to do with racism. If you don't pay your bills and there's consequences, and there's always consequences for not paying your bill, ain't got nothing to do with race. Ain't got nothing to do with black people, white people, ain't about no people. That got to do with handling business. Either you handling business or you're not handling business. But Umar has to do it. But he told people this a long time ago. He said, but this is exactly what he was going to do. And here we are. Yeah, there's mold. There's mold inside of the small gym. There's a video. I can pull it up that they were in there cleaning up, and the guy looks over and he says, what about there's black mold over there? Umar said, oh, we're going to wipe that off. And then you can see in the can, it's like over in the corner, it's like a big old line of black mold towards the bottom of the drywall. This guy, man, he's something else. He got an excuse for everything. Can't hold himself accountable for anything.
I want y'all to get ready for a protest. I want all FDMG donors and supporters to get ready for a protest. We may have to march on City Hall, brothers and sisters.
Here he go.
We may have to march on City Hall because of the racism. I'm going to call it what it is, racism. Discriminatory treatment. Why did we get no notification that y'all were going to sell our schools? Why did you not respond to any of our emails to retroactively apply our vacant property registration fee waiver?
The fee, man, let me, boy, whatever.
I knew they didn't want Dr. Umar in Wilmington. I didn't know it was this bad.
Yeah, see,
I knew.
Yeah, this is him right now. What he's doing is he's setting up his out. Okay, he's telegraphing it just like he telegraphed this whole thing about he's going to be persecuted and they're going to march against the city. He already told people that when he was on the Breakfast Club. He said in other videos too. But now he's setting up his out right now. That's what he's doing.
That the power structure. I'm not
See?
talking about the brothers and sisters in the community. They love
Yeah, here he go. Here he go.
us. Shout out to our Wilmington, Delaware family. Shout out to our Wilmington, Delaware family. They love Dr. Umar and FDMG. I'm talking about the power structure of Wilmington, Delaware. We knew they didn't.
If you guys go to the Breakfast Club, this is from July 10th of 2024, and you go to the 24-minute mark, Umar gives an update on FTMG. He talks about how he needs help with the floor. Okay, this is over a year ago. And he's still trying to work on these floors, right? And doors, yeah. And more paint, yeah. And then he says, after we're done, we are applying for a certificate of occupancy, but we're going to have to protest because of discrimination. See this? And then he said inspections are going to be done by the end of the summer, and that would be the end of the summer of 2024. Okay, we're at the end of the summer, getting close to the end of the summer of 2025. Okay, again, timestamp, 24-minute mark, The Breakfast Club. The title of the video is Dr. Umar Talks Bunny Hopping, Supreme Court Immunity, the Migrant Crisis, Black Male Unity, plus more. July 10th of 2024, Breakfast Club. Go to the 24-minute mark. I have all the receipts. Let's keep going.
Want us in that city, but we didn't know they would go this far as to ignore us for 4 months and try to sell the school behind our backs. I didn't know they would go this far as to ignore us for 4 months and try to sell the school behind our backs. I didn't know they would go this far to ignore us for 4 months and try to sell our schools that we've been working on for 6.5 years behind our backs. So brothers and sisters, this is what we're going to do. We're going to fight like hell to get our money from the bank. We're going to pay off this vacant property registration fee waiver.
By the way, someone just emailed me, and thank you for sending this. I won't say your name because I don't have your permission to do so. I found the breakdown of the vacant fees. They don't raise as he suggests, of course. It's laid out clearly. The longer the building sit vacant, the higher the fee. It lists all the other fees, etc. as well. And I'm going to pull this up. And isn't that what I just told people? That's like deductive reasoning. Hit the one. I apologize. I feel like I'm being arrogant today. I apologize. It's just I've put so much work into this, and I've done so much research. And then Umar, it's just insulting to my intelligence, okay, which I don't necessarily mind because we've had to deal with this for a long time. But it's very insulting to his donors and his followers. Remember how I was saying Umar's trying to make it seem like they were arbitrarily raising these fees? Well, here's the document right here. And shout out to the person who sent this to me. Let me do a screen share. Let's take a look. City of Wilmington, Department of Licenses and Inspections, L&I. Okay, there's the address, Department of License and Inspection. The phone number is right there. Umar, get on that phone or go down there. Say you traveling around the world for the last 6.5 years. You mean to tell me you couldn't go down there and get all this cleared up back then? Summary of annual registration of vacant buildings and associated fees. This ain't got nothing to do with no waiver. You see this? Hit the one. Man, this is some bull jive. This is a summary of annual registration of vacant buildings and associated fees. Because they're on the vacant property list, Umar, you have to pay this money. This ain't got nothing to do with no, anyway. Wilmington City Code, Chapter 4-27-120, etc. Whatever the shit. You apologize. Fee schedule. Let's take a look at the fee schedule, ladies and gentlemen. See, if he had been handling business from the beginning, none of this. Anyway, your registration fee for this year is based upon the total number of years the property has been vacant as of November 1st. Regardless of varying ownership during the period of vacancy. So they start from November 1st of any given year. That makes sense. The updated fee schedule is as follows. Less than a year, $0. That's why if we go back and look at the receipt right here, when you look at the vacant property expenses, let me see here. I think it's on the second page. No, it's not. It's on the first page. If you look right down here It'll tell, wait a minute, where is it at? Water and sewer charge exterior vacant. Okay, so if you look at LenonHonor in the middle, the middle watermark right behind Lenon, L-E-N-O-N, look at the O on Lenon, and right behind that, you'll see exterior improvement charges from 2021. And look at the vacant registration fee, 2020 to 2025. In other words, if your property is on the vacant property list, you have to pay a fee that's associated with being on a vacant registration fee. That has nothing to do with the fee that you put. Anyway, I already talked about that. Anyway, you see how it starts in 2020? Well, the reason why it starts in 2020 is because, and it's very clear on this document right here, you can look and see, it says that for that first year, which would have been 2019, when Umar acquired those abandoned buildings in February of 2019, that would have been less than 1 year. So that's why it was zero. It doesn't kick in until the second tier, okay, which is at least 1 year, but less than 2 years, $500, okay? And then he gets to at least 2 years, but less than 3 years, $2,500. And then at least 3 years, but less than 4 years, it gets to $5,000. And then at least 4 years, but less than 5 years, it gets to $10,000. And then here we are today, Umar, at least 5 or more years, $12,000 a year. This makes sense? Hit the one. See, but Umar wants to make it seem as if they're arbitrarily doing it. No, this is the schedule. This is the fee schedule. This is all wasted money too, by the way. Past due fees are not subject to request for a waiver. Wait a minute, what? Past due fees are not subject to request for a waiver. Hit the two. Damn. I was wondering why this person highlighted that. Oh my God, Umar. Umar, you got to stop this, man. You got to stop. What's up, YouTube streets? I ain't seen you in a long time. I said, oops. I'm going to read it again. Past due fees are not subject to request for a waiver. All past due balances must be paid in order to receive a waiver of the current year's fee. Umar didn't say nothing about that. Additionally, all properties must be registered to receive a waiver of registration fee. Is this property registered? No. Is FTMG registered as a school in Wilmington? No. And I'm not talking about with the IRS as a nonprofit. That's not what I'm talking about. See, he ain't been handling business. Man, this is ridiculous. You know what? Let's read the rest of this. And thanks again to the person who sent this to me. By the way, Dear Woke Christian got something coming up too on Thursday. A document. I have it too, but out of respect, because he was the one that had it first, he gonna break that on Thursday. He gonna break that story on Thursday. Y'all remember when we did that live stream, and at the end of it, I told Umar, this is the beginning. This is just the beginning, Umar. Y'all remember that? Let's read the rest of this. Again, past due fees are not subject to request for a waiver, Umar. All past due balances must be paid in order to receive a waiver of the current year's fee. Additionally, all properties must be registered to receive a waiver of registration fee. Okay, we got over 6,000 people here. We broke the record again. Shout out to everyone in Cook Christ. Thank everyone tuning on in. Even you, Umar Johnson followers. You know, we got love for y'all too. Okay. And I mean that. I'm not here to disparage y'all because you guys, Umar, he's a con man. Okay. I've been telling people this for many, many years. I provide receipts to back up what I say. And at the end of the day, the chickens have come home to roost. And it's time. I mean, it's time for people to realize the truth about Umar, especially when it comes to this FTMG school scam. Duty to amend registration. If the status of the registration information changes during the course of any calendar year, it is the responsibility of the owner, responsible party, or agent for the same to contact the Department of License and Inspections within 30 days of the occurrence of such change and advise the department in writing of those changes. I kind of talked about this before I showed this on the screen. Violations and penalties. The failure to or refusal for any reason of any owner or agent acting on behalf of the owner to register a vacant building to pay any required fees pursuant to the provision of this section within 30 days after they become due should constitute a violation punishable upon conviction thereof by a fine in the amount of not less than $100, no more than $500 for each failure or refusal to register, or for each failure or refusal to pay a required vacant building fee as applicable. In such cases, whenever the minimum fine of $100 is imposed, it shall not be subject to suspension or reduction for any reasons. Actually, something else clicks in my mind on this, because there's actually a phase before the phase that I'm actually talking about, but I understand based upon the verbiage here. In other words, part of this is that Umar, he needs to register as a vacant property because it is a vacant property. See, it's on the vacant property list, but he has to do his due diligence to register as such. Interesting. Okay. Delinquent registration fees as a lien. Here we go. See, it could be that his bank account is frozen, and it's just the state of Delaware, city of Wilmington, that they've put a lien on his bank accounts. People have been saying that, so that's not me. I'm just reporting what other people have said who are much more knowledgeable about this than I am. This is a possibility. It says after the owner is given notice of the amount of the registration fee due, except for those owners who have properly perfected an appeal or received a waiver, and the owner fails to pay the amount due, said amount shall constitute a debt due and owing to the city. See, this is way past due. And the city may commence a civil action to collect the unpaid debt. The unpaid debt amount constitutes a lien on the property. And in essence, that's what this is right here. I broke this story on Friday. See, all this comes back around? Interesting. And again, thanks to the person who sent me this, I appreciate it. Then the last part, it says nonprofit, hold on one second, nonprofit information, vacant registration fees billed to a qualifying nonprofit housing provider who received its vacant property directly from the city or who received public funds for the acquisition, rehabilitation, and redevelopment of vacant property shall be calculated from the time the nonprofit housing provider received the building funds. Now that's very interesting. Let me read this again. Vacant registration fees billed to a qualifying nonprofit housing provider. Okay, he's not providing housing. Yeah, so this doesn't even apply to Umar. Vacant registration fees billed to a qualifying nonprofit housing provider. You guys see that? Who received its vacant property directly from the city. This doesn't apply to Umar. Or who received public funds for the acquisition. He did receive public funds for the acquisition, but it's not housing. Rehabilitation or redevelopment of its vacant property shall be calculated from the time the nonprofit housing provider received the building. Or yeah, so that doesn't apply to Umar. All right. Yeah, again, thanks to the person who sent this to me. I really do appreciate it. Occupancy and ready vacant structures, appeal for the registration requirements. As the owner, you have the right to appeal the registration requirement. And I read this earlier from the other website. And or the registration fee imposed to appeal the registration requirement and or fee. Please submit a $50 non-refundable filing fee and a written request stating the reason you believe, et cetera. I've already covered that. Okay. And then to be considered, your request must be received within the $50 filing fee and the Department of License and Inspections no later than 30 days from the date of the billing statement. Well, Umar, you're way past that. These bills go back to 2020. See, so what are you talking about, homeboy? Man, this is crazy. All right, let's get back to the video. We're almost done. I got a lot of super chats. We'll get to those in just a moment. I normally get to them right away, but we got to get to this information. And this is going to blow up all over the internet. Okay, for sure. Here we go.
Still have a protest at City Hall 6.5 years behind our backs. So, brothers and sisters, this is what we're going to do.
What you going to do?
We're going to fight like hell to get our money from the bank. We're going to pay off this vacant property registration fee waiver. And we might still have a protest at City Hall because this is wrong, brothers and sisters.
It's not a waiver, Umar.
I have emailed the mayor. I have gotten no response. I have emailed the chief of staff. I have gotten no response.
Well, why don't you go down there then, Umar? It don't even make no sense.
I have emailed the city council president. I have gotten no response. So, brothers and sisters, I'm going to meet with my team, and we're going to decide if we're going to.
You ain't got no team, Tommy. Cut it out. Why you got to do this, man? It's always something with this guy. He lies so much. We should have started counting how many lies this guy tells during this live stream. Did I say live stream? Shit. During this live stream. See, that's what I'm telling you. Umar start wearing off. Start lying and shit. What team you talking about, Tommy? You ain't got no job. You ain't got no team. You need to cut this out. It's you sitting inside your mama closet when you kids. He ain't been in mama closet because we going on. After I thought this. He knows he ain't been allowed to in the mama closet. You see? But he back in the rental car. Huh? If your bank accounts are frozen, Umar, how you getting these rental cars? Look at this guy.
Go ahead and have this protest, and it ain't going to be one.
Yeah. He said he emailed the mayor. That's what he said. He just be making up any kind of shit. You know, he said, say, Umar, what you do? Listen, I emailed the mayor. You know, I emailed Jesus. You know, I emailed Putin. He just start. What are you talking about? They didn't even have email back in Jesus' day. What you talking about? Let's go.
We're going to do multiple protests, and we're going to invite our donors and supporters from across the state of Delaware, our donors and supporters across the United States, and our donors and supporters across the entire planet.
See, he already said this back in July 10th of 2024 on the Breakfast Club. At the 24-minute mark, the title of the video is Dr. Umar Talks Bunny Hopping, Supreme Court Immunity, the Migrant Crisis, Black Male Unity, plus more. He telegraphed this over a year ago.
We may have to march on Delaware to let them know that you don't treat black people like this. Because if I was white, I wouldn't have been treated like this.
No, listen, if you would pay the bills, you wouldn't be. It's not even their treatment. So let me tell you something, Umar. Part of being an adult is paying bills. Right? It ain't got nothing to do with your skin color. It ain't got nothing to do with how tall you are, how short you are, if you're fat, your skin. It ain't got nothing to do with any of that. If you're a hobbit, even if you're a hobbit, it don't make no difference. See? It don't matter if you drive a fancy car or a hoopty, as we used to call it. It don't matter if you're married or divorced. It don't matter if you're single or if you got two queens. It don't matter if you got your own place or you live in your mama closet. It don't make no damn difference. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't pay the bills, there's going to be consequences and repercussions. Now, as adults, we know this, right? Hit the one. As adults who are adulting, we know this. But Umar, he has to make it into something totally different because he doesn't operate like an adult who's responsible to pay the bills. How do you collect $1,677,860 since 2019, and you up here whining about paying some bills? And real talk, $38,388.22. You spent that amount of money just on these block parties, homeboy. How much was the HVAC that they ain't provided no service to these black boys? Maybe instead of spending that, I thought he said 50,000. Wasn't it 50,000? Instead of taking that 50,000 for this HVAC with the brother Jose, why don't you take that money and pay these bills, homeboy? Was it 50,000 or 25? I don't remember. One of y'all know what it is in this chat. Come on, y'all help me out. Shit, I wasn't even planning on live stream. I was editing the video I was going to upload for everybody. I thought it was $50. Was it 50,000? I thought it was 50,000. All right, let me anyway. Let's get back to the video. I got blown off a little bit. Here we go.
If we were Asian, we wouldn't have been treated like this.
It ain't got nothing to do with Asian.
If we were Arab, we wouldn't.
It ain't got nothing to do with Arabs.
Have been treated like this. If we were Jewish, we wouldn't have.
It ain't got nothing to do with being Jewish.
Been treated like this. But we were treated like this.
You got to pull the race card every single time. It's bullshit.
Because we were black. How dare
it ain't got nothing to do with that. And don't say we, because it's you.
You ignore us for 4 months and then put a sign on our door without even telling us that you're going to sell our properties. Brothers and sisters, why didn't we receive a certified letter? Why didn't we?
I don't believe nothing what you're saying, Umar. None of it. They've been telling you for years that you owe this stuff. But you don't handle business. And then when the shit hits the fan, you know, here in 2025, all of a sudden you got to blame everybody. Then I tell people when we started, I said he's not gonna hold himself accountable. It's just paying bills. Damn. Umar on his IRS filings for the year of 2024, he put on there that he raised $880,000. I'll propose it was much more than that, knowing this guy. But let's go with the figure of 80,000, something around 80,000, maybe a little more. It was a little more than that, 80,000. You mean to tell me, Umar, that after 2024, going into 2025, you couldn't take $38,388? It would have been less than that too, by the way, at that time. Okay. And take the money that you had raised the year prior and then put it on this so that you wouldn't be in this position today. You don't handle business. It's stupid too. I'm gonna tell you why it's stupid, because your whole scam is dependent on these abandoned buildings in Wilmington. But you so stupid that you even tricked your own scam off. Damn. How you gonna trick off your own scam like that, Umar? At least you could have said in 2024, you know what? I need to pay this. I got this money right here. You know how you be doing. I got this. Let me just go on and put this down, because I already know what's going to happen when we get into 2025. They're going to come knocking and they're going to take these traps from me. But not Umar, because you've been living off of donation to donation, check to check, donation to donation, donation to donation. And you've been living off of this money. See, most of it has gone towards your living, your style of living, whatever you want to call that. Traveling over the world, eating good, getting fat, turning the heat down, renting cars, paying for hotel, motel rooms. See? But guess what? You done tricked it off now, homeboy. Damn. You can't even blame. How you gonna blame someone else for you tricking off this FTMG building scam? You can't blame nobody else for that. This is your fault, Umar. You should have been scamming from the beginning, real talk. But if you're gonna scam, at least don't trick your scam off, because it shows that you're an idiot. I don't mean to say it that way, but you're stupid. See, your whole life is dependent on these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, and telling people that you're doing this, you ain't doing shit. But send me the money. Get on your CashApp. Get on your PayPal. I need y'all to get to the P.O. box. You know, thanks, Sister Avanti. Thanks for that 20, but next time make it 40. Whatever you said. Thanks for that 10. Next time make it whatever you said. Thanks for that 100. Next time make it 200. Whatever you said. And you just keep running with this shit, going all the way back to the St. Paul school scam. 2014. And yeah, you was collecting money prior to 2010 when you said the school was going to open September 11, 2013. And here we are all these years later. My goodness gracious. And you so stupid with these 6 degrees, allegedly, and the most requested scholar. What kind of scholar? Huh? You so stupid, you don't tricked off your scam. See, real quick, then we're going to get back to it. We're almost done. Real quick. The reason why Umar purchased these abandoned buildings in the first place, because he wanted to extend this scam. And he did. I said he's going to be able to extend this for another 2, maybe 3 years. Hey, man, I was wrong. He done extended this shit for 6.5 years. Like, I want to say 5.5, but damn, it's 6.5 years. Y'all believe this? And people used to say, well, if he's a scammer, he wouldn't have bought the building. No, it makes sense, because see, if you can pay allegedly $400,000, it could be a lot less than that, because Umar never provided any receipts. But I give him the benefit of the doubt. Most of the time, I do. But if you can take $400,000 and put that down in order to scam for another 6.5 years, and then you make $1.6 million, would you do it? You bring in another $1.6 million in donations. It's really closer to $1.277 million in donations. Would you do it? And you're able to extend the scam? Yeah, you would do it. Well, let's take it out. I don't mean to say it that way. Let's take it out of the aspect of a scam. Let's say as an investment that you're gonna put down $400,000, but over time you're gonna bring in another $1.2 million. Would you do it? Yeah, you would do it. And that's what Umar did. See, but things have gotten so bad with Umar and in his life. And something up here has gotten worse and worse, where he can't even get his shit together, and he's turned stupid to where he can't even think ahead to say, hey, wait a minute, let me make sure I pay these off. This $38,000, it'll be much less last year, $38,388, so that I can make sure I hold on to these buildings. But he didn't even do that. By the way, if Umar ain't got $38,388.22 after collecting $1,677,860 since $60 since 2019. How is he going to pay for operating costs when the school opens? How's he going to pay faculty and staff? How is he going to pay the bills, the monthly bills? He can't even pay these bills. We got 6,267 people. Let me get this poll. We're almost done too. Well, I still got to do super chat. We're almost done with the video. We might have to come back tomorrow and get deeper into all of this. And who knows what's going to happen between today and tomorrow. The poll question, we have over 4,226 votes. I think our record is 5,000 votes or something like that. We're probably going to break that. Actually, I think we already broken it. I'm thinking of the 5,000. We got over 6,000 people. I think our previous record was like 5,000. We got 6,287 people in the chat room. 4,237 votes. What will Umar Johnson do next? 14% say pay the $38,380.22 that's due. 86% say allow the building to be auctioned. And, I could see Umar being okay with that, even though he wants to, act like it's a bad thing. But I can see him doing it because then he'll have an excuse as to why FTMG didn't open. See, it was never about opening up a school. If it was about opening up a school, he would have been handling these basic bills from the jump. He would have these buildings off of the vacant property list. He would have them up to code so that they wouldn't be on the vacant property list. And then he wouldn't have to pay this fee, this quote unquote registration fee. All right, anyway. All right, let's get back to the main video.
Receive a certified letter. Why didn't we receive an email? Why didn't we receive a phone call? Oh, we not going to quit. We not going to give in. The only thing left on the elementary school is to lay down the towel. We going to lay down this.
That has nothing to do with what's due. See this foolishness? He don't even know what he's doing. Laying down towel or painting again, that ain't got nothing to do with none of this. You put these towels down, they're still going to be on the vacant property list, Umar. I'm really starting to think that this guy is just goofy with 6 degrees, allegedly. Here we go.
Towel. And we're going to apply for our certificate of occupancy. We're going to lay down this towel and we're going to apply for our certificate of occupancy.
You're not going to get a certificate of occupancy if these abandoned buildings on the vacant property list, Umar. God, this guy.
We're going to lay down this towel and we're going to apply for our certificate.
Well, he ain't worried about the ceilings, Southeast B. He ain't worried about no ceilings. What does this? He don't care.
Certificate of occupancy. And if we have trouble getting our inspection and
here you go,
certificate of occupancy, we will have to march.
See this? He said that on the Breakfast Club a year ago.
We will have to march. We might march anyway, brothers and sisters. We're not giving up.
Yeah, why not?
We're not giving up, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, y'all want to march? We can march too. Y'all want to march right now? I'm Raw Basin. I can't. Let's march. Come on, everybody. Good quartet. Let's get to marching. Come on. Come on. Everyone get up. We need to get this marching done, family. All right. That's what you call handling. That's what you call handling business, evidently. Listen, if we're gonna get this quick right there, we got to get this $38,382 paid. We need to march. Every step is $5. Okay, we're gonna have to put in some steps on this one. BJ ready. She already got her shoes on. She ain't playing no games. Samara ready to go. B Honey ready to go. Misty was yeah. I know I got to get me a dashiki because when we march, family, we gonna march for the students. We gonna march for the kids. We gonna march for Miguel Jackson. We gonna march for the black pigs. We all right. Boy, that's crazy. All right. Yeah, I did a little move, just a little one. Yeah, not too much. You get too old, you can't do it like I used to. You know what I'm saying? Boy, y'all crazy. Okay, let's get back. Let's get back to it. Boy, doesn't like Cookie Crush chat. I love y'all. Okay, let's get going. Here we go.
We not giving up. We need y'all to call the mayor of Wilmington, Delaware.
For what?
We need y'all to call the mayor's chief of staff in Wilmington, Delaware. We need
I ain't gonna do that to him. I was gonna do the military march. Left, 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 right, left, 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 right. Boy, Cookie Crush chat crazy, boy. What am I gonna do with y'all? Oh man, I was trying to find something, but I can't find it. I think my kids got a hold of it. Oh, here we go. Oh. Left, 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 right. But I ain't got the right left foot on. Right, left, 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 right, left. All right. Y'all like said, Lenon, why do you have a flag next to your desk? No, it's not even, but it's something for something else. That's coming later on down the line. All right. All right, let's get back to it. Y'all need to stop goofing off, okay? Y'all goofing around too much now. Let's get it back together. All right, here we go.
y'all to call the city council president of Wilmington, Delaware. We need y'all to call the commissioner of license and inspections of Wilmington, Delaware. We need y'all to call the vacant property office of Wilmington, Delaware, and demand that those unjust fees be removed from our account. Let them know that you are a donor of FDMG. Let them know you are.
That doesn't have anything to do with the Umar. They're not unjust. You didn't handle business, okay? Just handle business.
A supporter of
left
FDMG. And let them know that if this situation is not rectified, we will march on the city and we will sue the city of Wilmington, Delaware.
You gonna sue the city? Huh? Yeah, Erica's like, no, I will not. Umar.
Will sue the city of Wilmington, Delaware for racism and discriminatory treatment.
Yeah,
if you need to reach me, 215-989-9858, text message only. 215-989-9858, text message only. 215-989-9858, text message
Umar,
only.
why don't you call?
This is your brother, Dr. Umar Tunde, letting you know that I'm still standing for black people. I'm still riding for black boys, and we will open the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey.
All right, y'all playing too much. All right, there's about 2 more minutes on this.
Academy. No racism from the city of Wilmington will stop us. No sabotage from the city of Wilmington will
There
stop
we go.
us.
Sabotage.
Tomorrow morning, get on your telephone and call the mayor. Tomorrow morning, get on your telephone and call the mayor's chief of staff. Tomorrow morning, get on your telephone and call the commissioner for license and inspections. Tomorrow morning, call the city council president of
Tomorrow morning, call Lauren. Tomorrow morning, call Humble myself. All right. Tomorrow morning, call Radiant Shadow. Call Ike. His phone is off because he didn't pay his bill. Oh man, that's crazy. Okay, let's go. We're almost done.
Wilmington and asked them, why was Dr. Umar in FDMG ignored for 4 months when he was trying to rectify this problem? Why was Dr. Umar in FDMG Academy ignored for 4 months while he was trying to rectify this problem? Brothers and sisters, they could have simply told us no. Brothers and sisters, they could have simply told us no. Brothers and sisters, they could have simply told us no. We will not retroactively apply your vacant property registration fee waiver.
Jay, that's crazy.
No problem. We could have got a payment
plan. Tyrone. That was my jam back in the day.
Problem. We could have got a payment plan. No problem. We could have got a payment.
No. See, he's saying that because he already probably agreed to a payment plan. Again, these bills are from 2020. So they probably already went through this with this guy. But listen, he don't handle business. See? That's what it comes down to. He be lying so much.
But instead of responding to me the first week of April,
instead
of responding to me the first week of April, instead of responding to me the first week of April, they ignore us for 4 months and put a sign on our door this past weekend.
It's too late now.
They ignore us for 4 months and
it's too late at this point.
Put a sign on our door this past weekend saying we're going to sell these schools.
They're from 2020.
If you don't pay our money. We're not going to email you. We're not going to send you a letter in the mail. We're not going to call you. We're going to put a letter on your door.
Listen, you better not bring up the rubber band and the tape again. Please, if you don't, I'm going to march again.
That somebody can take and run off with, as somebody did. They took the letter off the high school and sent it to YouTube, the struggle streamers. What if they took the letter off the elementary school? What if they...
Umar, why, what do you... Anyway.
They took the letter off the elementary school. What if they took the letter off the elementary school? Brothers and sisters, we need your donation so we can pay this bill.
See, he need that money.
They say we owe $20,000 on the elementary school. They say we owe $20,000 on the high school.
No, it's not. It's not 20,000, 20,000. It's anyway, it's like 16,000 on the larger building, and then the rest comes out to 38. So 22,000 on the smaller building.
They say we owe approximately,
which is ridiculous because that's where he put in most of the. He hasn't even worked on the other side of the street. It's only, if y'all think about that, he's only worked on the small building, but the fees are more on that side. What you doing over there? He's making things worse so that it's more expensive. I don't know.
20,000 on the elementary school. They say we owe approximately 20,000 on the high school. Our accounts are frozen. Our accounts are frozen.
See, he already knew that this was coming down the line. That's why he came up with this whole story about how I hacked his account, Lene hacked his account, and all this other foolishness. He knew this was going to happen.
Frozen. Our accounts are frozen. We need y'all to help us pay this bill.
No, it ain't no R. It ain't no. My accounts are fine, Umar. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't put me in it. Listen, you want to put Tia in it? Go on, put Tia in it. You want to put LTK in it? Go on, put LTK. You want to put Pretty Brown Eyes in it? Go on and put Pretty Brown Eyes in it. Kiara, you want to put Kiara in it? Go on, put Kiara. Don't put me in it. Ain't got nothing to do with me. T. Lee been in since Monday. I'm just playing. Let's go.
We're going to fight like hell to get our accounts freed up.
You better call.
We're going to fight like hell to get our accounts freed up. But if we don't, y'all got to help us pay this bill and save our school. Y'all got to help us pay this bill and save our school. Y'all got to help us pay this bill and save our school. You don't have to root for me, brother. I don't need you. I got more than enough supporters. But I want everybody to know that there might be a protest soon. We need you to come in from Africa, from Europe, from Australia, from Canada, to come in from all the 50 states and show the city of Wilmington, Delaware. You will not.
Is there anyone in the Cookie Crush chat who plans on showing up for this protest? I don't know what against. You don't pay your bills? Listen, if I don't pay my phone bill, my cell phone bill for all the phones in the family, am I going to protest? I don't pay it. They cut the line off. I'm going to protest? Derek, if you don't pay your water bill and they shut that water bill off, does it make sense to go protest? I'm looking for someone else I can pick on. Hold on, I'm just looking for somebody else. Somebody could be getting on my nerves. Let me see. I'm in the chat room trying to see. Let's go with Ike. Ike. No, I'm just playing. Everybody said this is the damn thing. Honor, once again, walls are closed. You're absolutely right. Okay, you called it. Okay. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, it's like everything that we've all been talking about, whether it's for months or for years, everything is finally come. It's like the chickens have come home to roost. And the way I look at this is that Umar, if he would have come to this situation, even though he screwed it all up anyway, he's not going to hold himself accountable. If he had just come to the table and told the people the truth and say, hey, listen, I really want to keep, I know I don't want to trick off all this money. I know things don't look well. I know I've been acting up this whole year and you know, I know I lost a lot of support, but I want to keep these buildings because I want to continue to try to open up these abandoned buildings. But really, I just want to keep getting money out of you. That's really what it comes down to. But if he left that out, and he just says, listen, I want it, but in order to do this, I need this money, you know, and the bank accounts aren't frozen. You know, it's just that I don't have any money. So, but I want to keep, and then if he did that, there would be people, I know it sounds crazy, but there would be people who would send in money just to keep this thing going. But see, Umar can't even do that because he doesn't want to hold, in order to do that, he has to hold himself personally accountable. He has to say, listen, I'm the one that tricked this off. I'm the one that screwed this up. And he's the only one, right? It's no one else. See, that's one of the things, too, about this whole situation. Umar has been so big on being in control of everything as a megalomaniac to where, at this point, anything that happens is really a consequence of his actions, no one else's. He can't blame the donors because the donors have sent him way more money than he needs in order to get something started. Bare minimum, $1,677,860 since 2019. We're not counting 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18. So the megalomania puts Umar in a position where even though he doesn't want to hold himself accountable, and there are some people that are going to believe that it's all this other stuff going on and YouTuber struggle streamers and, you know, it's the government and it's the city of Wilmington, the state of Delaware. There are people that are going to believe in that bullshit, but it's a bunch of bullshit. Most people are going to see this for what it is. And that is simply that Umar, the chickens have finally come home to roost. And he can't hold himself accountable. He never does. Thanks, information man. I'm gonna get to all these super chats. We're gonna be here for a while. Okay, we're probably gonna have to come back tomorrow to get some more commentary. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow we might see if we can get some people on who want to come on and talk on this. You know, because this is crazy. All right, let's finish this video. There's only about maybe 30 seconds left. Then we'll do super chats. Here we go.
Not disrespect black people. You will not sabotage black people. You will not discriminate against black people. And you will not try to steal property from black people. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde, standing strong, Leo season. We will not quit. We will not abdicate. We will not equivocate. Black queens forever, snow bunnies never. Garveyism to get back. Pan Africanism to perish. See you in Nat Turner land. See you in New Orleans. See you in Haiti.
See how he's traveling all over the world? You should have been handling business from the beginning, homeboy.
See you in Mobile, Alabama. This is your brother, King Kong Consciousness. I love you too. Peace and Pan Africanism.
Sitting in a rental car. There you have it. Wow. You know, I think I'd ask, do you guys think, this was like during the previous live stream or the live stream from Friday where I broke the story about Umar being served in essence. I'd asked the question whether or not you guys think Umar would address this. And it takes him a couple of days, but he does. But instead of coming to the people with sincerity and just telling the truth, he just comes up with a truckload of lies. A truckload of them. And he ain't got no shame either. He don't care. All right, let's do these super chats. There's a whole bunch of them. I'm gonna do them as quickly as possible, okay? And more than likely we'll be live streaming tomorrow. Okay, we got a lot to get into. My goodness, it never stops with this guy. Okay, we'll go back to the beginning. Real quick, make sure you, if you're not going to be staying for the super chats, that me reading these super chats and answering these super chats, make sure you vote on the poll. We're at 4,790 votes. The question is, what will Umar Johnson do next? 14% say pay the $38,388.22. 86% say allow the buildings to be auctioned. I think Umar, he's going to do his best to try to get money out of people. Whether or not he gets this amount and spends it on these, to get this stuff taken care of, I don't know, because he may get all this money and just, not even try. Okay, because that's just, for Umar, that's what it's always been about, getting money anyway. But the other thing is that even if the buildings are auctioned, Umar, he can just use it as an excuse. Say, listen, they stole the buildings, blah, blah, blah. They auctioned them off. We're just going to keep going. We're going to find another building. And he continues to scam for another 6.5 years. Who knows? Okay. We'll just have to wait and see. So make sure you get your vote in. And if you enjoyed the show at any point during this live stream, make sure you hit the like button. I'd appreciate that too. We got over 2,400 likes during this live stream already. Okay. I'm going to do these super chats as quickly as possible. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I wasn't even planning on doing this live stream. Okay. I was not planning on it. I was working on some other stuff, a video for members and then a video for everyone else that I was working on today. But what I'll probably do is have those available on over the weekend. Okay. Because tomorrow I'm going to come back and live stream. We'll do a follow up and maybe we can get some people to call in and we can talk about all of this. User 225 says, just saw him. His Graham video, he's such a BSer. It's crazy. Yeah, I know. We just watched that video. It's incredible. He turned the comments off with part of the reason why, because he knew that people were going to be going in on him. Thanks, user 225. Dad Hip says no intro. Lenon is not wasting time. Let's go. Yeah, I want to get right on into it. I didn't want to do an intro, and we won't do an outro here either. Once we get done with this, because we just got to get reset for tomorrow. Okay, and who knows what happens between? I mean, really, who knows what happens between now and what is it, the 25th? Yeah, the 25th. That's on a Monday. So Umar, he's scrambling. He's scrambling. Yep, that's not too far away. We'll see how all this, less than 2 weeks. We'll see how all this plays out. Thanks, that Hip, for the super chat. What's up, Chavis? Says FTMG ain't coming. The IRS is. Okay, that's a whole nother issue, though. See, that's one thing I noticed about Umar. He conflates different things because I just don't think his mind is sharp like that. He just mixes all, ain't got nothing to do with taxes. But there is the IRS issue with him filing with the IRS, and what he is filing with the IRS. It's not an accurate representation of the amount of money that he's collected, the amount of money that he's spending. That's a whole separate issue that can come down the pike as the walls continue to close in. Thanks, Chavis. Black Wolf says, Lenon, break this shit down for the people in the parking lot. I said it. Umar was trying to get in front of this shit, and here we go. Yeah, you did say it, and that's exactly what he was trying to do. And this goes back. Maybe we can do that tomorrow. I don't think we would have time. Yeah, we wouldn't have time. We would have to do a marathon for that. But this goes back to when Umar did the video, the first video he did when he was talking about Lenon. Because he telegraphed all this. He was talking about how his he thought that she had stole his bank account information. Y'all remember this? See, Umar, he's so diabolical. See, that's like what the super villains, they do this type of shit in these movies. They be planning, they think that they're smart. I just think Umar, he just gotten real stupid and sloppy with this shit. But he knew what he was doing. He was setting it up even back then about bank account issues with Lenon, right? Then he goes to Africa. He comes back, he goes to Africa. He comes back. He comes up with that story. Then he goes somewhere. Clary says. Then the next time he comes up, he says how that his bank accounts were frozen. Okay, well that ties back to Lenon. And then he tells a story about how his bank accounts were hacked by maybe Lenon and Lenon. Put me in the shit. Ain't got nothing to do with me. But you see how he's setting all this up? See, I think the premise for Umar was that if I tell people that the bank accounts are frozen, then that means I don't have access to the money, and because I don't have access to the money, I can't pay this bill of $38,388.22. But that doesn't make sense because these bills go back to 2020. See? And if in April he was trying to contact them over this stuff, that means that he knew about it, right? Even though he said he didn't know about it, they didn't ever send him anything. Well, if in April your bank accounts weren't frozen back then, why don't you just handle it then? See, the premise is that he has the money in these accounts, but he can't get the check because he's waiting on them because it's frozen but it's closed. And which one is it? See, he planned all this long time ago because he knew that this was coming down and that it was going to become public record. So he sets up the scenario that his bank account has been hacked, his bank account has been frozen, somehow he's waiting on a check, he can't pay this, and then this information comes out, which I broke on Friday, so then he comes back with this video today. See, but he already telegraphed this before, and then he telegraphed this idea of marching going all the way back to a year ago when he was on the Breakfast Club. This guy, boy, I tell you, he's diabolical. See? He diabolical. But he ain't fooling us. I wonder if there's any of y'all believe in what Umar's saying. I wonder. Some of y'all may. Some of you Umar Johnson followers, maybe you do. But he set all this up. He set the lies up long time ago. Thanks, Blackwell. Kimmy Kim says, we knew it. We called this play last week. Yeah, we sure did. We called it last week, and here we are. Yep, absolutely. Good question. That's undefeated. Thank you, Kim. Dr. and Mrs. Phoebe says, note to podcasters who appropriate LenonHonor's material for their own use, please credit him. That is called class. Well, you know, and you've been around for a long time. You're one of the OGs in this. So I appreciate the sentiment. However, the way I look at it is as long as information gets out there to the most amount of people as possible, you know, that's what really matters to me. Would it be nice to be given credit? Yeah, but it's not something that I'm necessarily looking for. Let me say this, though. Dear Woke Christian has, and to the best of my knowledge, he's the first one to get it. He has Umar's dissertation. He emailed me today. And he says, do you have it? I said, no, I don't. I said, I believe you're the first one to ever get a hold of it. And there's people who've been looking for it for a long time. I don't want to say too much. And he said, well, let me send, he sent it to me. And I said, well, wait a minute, you should cover this because you're the one, you should break the story because you're the first one to have the document. I said, don't you want to do it that way? And then maybe I said, won't you do it that way? Then maybe you want to come on my show. I'll cover it afterwards. He says, well, listen, I'll tell you what. And he was going to do it today, but he has stuff to do. Thursday. And the plan is for me to go on his platform. See the respect for me to go on his platform to discuss it. And what I'll do is between now and then, I'll go through it and I'll just take some notes, highlight some stuff, and then we're going to discuss Umar's dissertation. But why did I do that? I do that out of respect for him. See, now I could have got on here today and just presented that to you, but that wouldn't have been right. That's not the right thing to do. And he was cool because he's a cool dude. He was like, no, and he sent it to me. I said, no, you should be the one to break that because you're the one who had it first. You see that level of respect. Okay. Now, if people want to take my stuff and use it, I don't have a problem with that. They don't even have to mention my name. Okay. The more people who get this information out there or receive this information dealing with Umar, the better. Because at the end of the day, for me, it's about bringing this guy to justice. Okay. It's not about the credit. The thing is, I've done a lot and I've done enough, and I recognize that it's been valuable. And all that matters is that if people in the Cookie Crush chat sees it as such, then I'm all good. Okay. But I appreciate the sentiment, and you've been around for a long time. Okay. Yeah. Shout out to you. Yeah. Thank you for the kind words too. Thanks for the super chat as well. Rochelle says accounts frozen. What's the setup? Now hit the PayPal to save FTMG. He'll say it wasn't enough. Leave Gunima with oh no, I got you with his nephew and flee to Ghana. His handlers gave him an exit plan to close out the long con. See, that's the thing. I think at least at this point, Rochelle, I don't think Umar going to Ghana is viable. Not right now. See, now I'll say this though: if these buildings are sold, I can totally see that. If these buildings go off to auction, because really, what does Umar have after that? What does Umar have left? What can he do? I mean, he can say, I'm going to start another school someplace else. But there's going to be a lot of people, the vast majority of people who've been supporting him, they're not going to be cool with that. And he's going to be begging for money again for a new project. He's already wasted over $1.6 million. So, in my opinion, Rochelle, let's say these buildings are put on auction and someone picks them up and Umar doesn't have them anymore, then I could see him making that move to Ghana. You know what? It's actually possible that Umar, that's the reason why he got that Ghanaian citizenship, because he knew it was coming down the pike. See, if he can't come up with $38,000, damn, where's all this money gone? See, this guy, he's been a broke bum for a long time. He's been struggling financially for a long time with all the money that his donors are saying. I mean, there's so much that we can really figure out dealing with Umar in terms of the money aspect of this. You mean to tell me he ain't got $38,000 after raising all this money? So if this goes down, these buildings are put up for auction, yeah, then I could see Umar trying to make that move. Okay, but if he's able to hold on to him, he's gonna hold on to him for as long as he can keep getting money out of his donors. Okay, we're gonna see. Okay, we're gonna see. It's the Umar Johnson saga. That's what I call it. Thanks, Rochelle, for super chat. Ain't that what's her name too? Yeah, she's still fine to this day. I said, man, I had a crush on her back in the old day. Thanks, Rochelle. Tink Gee says, he claims they have ignored his attempts to rectify the situation since April. This is about money. If he was attempting to pay, they would not have refused the money. Absolutely. See, and back in April, were the bank accounts frozen? No. So why did he take care of it back in April? See, the story doesn't even add up. The math ain't mathing. See? And yeah, if let's say, even if he said, listen, I'm going to give you guys $10,000 this month, and then next month I'll do $5,000 since April, leading up to today, they wouldn't have said no. You see what I'm saying? No, we can't take any of the money. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think Umar had already gone into a payment arrangement with them. It could be from years ago. That's what I think. See, I'll say it as I think. And I think at a certain point they just got tired of it, and Umar wasn't making the payments, and they recognized that he ain't about to handling the business. And after 6.5 years, they said, "Hey, that's it." That's what I think. You know, one of the things, since you bring this up, if the city is trying to get their money, you mean to tell me that they're not going to communicate with Umar to get their money? You see what I'm saying? That's like, Tinky, you owe your cell phone bill, and let's say you owe you ain't paid it in 2 months, and it's like $200. Let's just say $200. They're gonna start calling you, right? They might send you an email. They might text you, right? They might even send you. They might even say, "We're gonna disconnect your line and send you something in the mail." Why? Because they want to get their money, not because they want to disconnect your service. That's not good business. Good business is getting your money, right? Well, the same thing applies with this situation with Umar. So him saying that they won't communicate with him, or that they won't talk with him since April, that don't even make no sense, because at the end of the day, the city, what does the city want? They want their money. That's what they want. Do they want to take these buildings from Umar? No, these are trap bandos. No, what they want is their money. So if Umar back in April was about the business, he would have been giving them what they wanted, which is what they were due, instead of traveling all around the world. And remember, his bank accounts back in April were not frozen, so he can't use that excuse in August of 2025. Anyway, again, he's getting really sloppy with these lies. It's utterly ridiculous. Thanks, Tinky. And all we got to do is just do some critical thinking. That's all. HVAC Man says, FTMG is not coming. Hello, fam. It's been a minute. It sure has been. Shout out to Shaka Zulu. HVAC Man said it better. Thank you so much. Okay, I said I was going to do these quick. Let me start wrapping this up. Thanks, Black Wolf, gift of the membership. I appreciate you for doing that. What's up, Jam7 Jack 5 says, happy I stumbled upon this page. Surviving Umar Part 1 was dope. Yeah, definitely a follower of the page. Now, yeah, if you guys haven't seen the series Surviving Umar Johnson, y'all need to check that out. Lene, shout out to Lene. She just blew up the spot. That really set things in motion. And then I wanted to do it next week. I may not have time next week, but I'm going to take Marianne Lawrence interview from the series Surviving Umar, and I'm going to edit it down and then put it back up in an edited format. Because what we're doing is our goal is to get her to 1,000 subscribers. Because once she gets to 1,000 subscribers, she's going to release the film that she did on Umar. In fact, let me go ahead and promote that right now. I should have done it at the beginning. I forgot. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I didn't want to say the person's name. Oh, they said I could share their name. Yeah, I don't want to do it. I'll just say Jay. I'll say JJ. How about that? Thank you for sending that receipt earlier. I really appreciate it. And that was JJ sent me the summary of annual registration of vacant buildings and associated fees. But if you guys don't mind, I want to promote Lori. Excuse me. Hold on one second. Where do I have it? Because that way I won't have to repost it. Mary Ann Lawrence YouTube page. Let me see where she's at in terms of subscribers at this point. She's at 831. So we're getting there. We're getting close. If you guys can subscribe, here is a clip that she released already for the Umar Johnson film. It's called Awaken. It's a movie. And I'll post that inside the chat room right here. And I want to encourage everyone to take the time to subscribe. And then once she gets to 1,000, she'll be releasing that, and we will cover it. Okay. All right. Thanks again, Jam7 Jack 5, and welcome. Okay, welcome. Pierre, what's up? Pierre says this stream about to hit like when Pac dropped Machiavelli. I just love that album. The jig is up, Umar. 7-day theory Tuesday. Yeah, 7-day theory. Yeah. This story is going to blow up. I mean, Umar's been trending though anyway with all the other stuff for this whole year, but in particular since Lenon came out. She was on Tasha K as well. So that just blew everything. But this right here, especially with Umar when he was talking about his bank accounts were frozen and all this other stuff, lying about all that blew things up. And then this right here, Friday, when I shared the documents and broke that story, that blew things up. But then this video today that Umar did, that just takes things to the next level. Okay. Thanks, Pearland. For super chat. Black Wolf says, save the sacred rock, somebody. Yeah, if they take these buildings, make sure you at least dig that sacred rock out and put it in your mama closet. I shouldn't do that. You're gonna put it in your mama closet. You sit on that sacred rock in your mama closet. Thanks, Black Wolf. Sweet Tea says, wait, why is there vacant property taxes if it's a school? Okay, so it could be it doesn't matter if it's, well, see, here's the thing. It's not a school on paper. It's not a school, but even if it was, if it's a vacant building, then there's going to be these vacant property. I guess you can call it. It's not even really taxes. It's really fees. You see what I'm saying? It's like a charge. That's really what it is. The point is that if the issue is not whether it's a school, it's if the building is vacant and if it's in a dilapidated state. And the idea is that any city, in particular in Delaware, they don't want properties to just be sitting and people purchase and just let them sit there and then they deteriorate and it becomes a blight on the community. It attracts crime. It attracts dope fiends, which was what is happening up these abandoned buildings, right? Children getting in there unsupervised. Remember that? Totally inappropriate, harmful. Okay. So the idea is that the city's going to, they're going to issue a charge or a fee for people who are not keeping their properties up to code and making sure things are secure. Umar hasn't done any of that. So it doesn't matter if it's a quote unquote school building or if it's, let's say, I don't know, a grocery store that is out of business and it's just sitting there. That's what this is all about. It's because it's on the vacant property list, because it's in a dilapidated state, there's going to be fees. And the idea is, listen, we're going to charge you. And the longer you leave it up there sitting like that, we're going to charge you more. Okay. We looked at that earlier. And that's incentive for the property owners to get these properties up to code, to make sure that they're not a blight on the community, so forth and so on. This makes sense? Yeah. Thanks, Sweet Tea. HVAC says he mad as hell. Look at him, a big old. Yeah, I think Umar's upset, but I also think he's scared. I think he's scared. And I don't think I've said that before. I think he's really scared now because this could end this whole school scam. And then what does he do after that? See, remember, Umar's been at this. He stated that the school was going to open in 2013. He said that in 2010. That's 15 years. So he gets all the way up to this point in 2025. He has these abandoned buildings. They're not schools, but they're abandoned buildings. And if that's taken away from him, then what? So he's scared. I mean, I'm sure he's having a very difficult time dealing with all this. I'm actually surprised that he didn't get online and just started cursing and going off and stuff and blaming people. And maybe he'll do that tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. I'm surprised that's not how he approached all this. I think part of it is that he perhaps Umar's come to the realization that this shit's coming to an end, and that makes him upset. But I also think it makes him sad, because what is he going to do after this? Okay. Thanks, HVAC, man. Remember, what was his name? Jay Morrison. When the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, when all that stuff went to shit, what does he do? He started to get into the Christian space to become a preacher, and then that didn't work. But he tried. See, who knows what Umar may do next? Okay, we'll be here to cover it. We'll be here to cover it. Thank you so much, HVAC man. For Super Chat. User 225 says, if he's been ignored by the city since April, why didn't he mention or escalate at it once on social media? Hello. Also, he won't show one email he tried sending. Of course, he never shows any receipts for anything. There's no accountability. There's no transparency. But that's a good point right there. Critical question. If he was being ignored by the city since April, May, June, July, and now we're into August, 4 months, a little more than 4 months, why didn't he mention or escalate it once on social media? Tell people, hey, listen, this is what's happening, and this is coming down the pike, so we want blah, 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 blah. Wouldn't it make more sense? Yeah, it would have made more sense. I think it would have been more believable than for him to come up with this fantasy story about Lenon and me hacking his bank accounts, and his bank account was frozen, but then it got deleted or whatever he said. You see what I'm saying? And then the story about they wouldn't talk with him since April and blah, blah, blah. You know, if he had come to the people back then and just told them what was going on, if this was really what was going on, it would have been more believable. But instead of doing all this other bullshit, see, he's gotten real sloppy with this stuff. Okay, thanks, user 225. Karma Cartel says, Lenon, you're hilarious. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I try to be serious, but you know, sometimes I can't help myself. I hold back a lot of the time, but I know the flag thing, I couldn't help myself. Then somebody put left, right, left in there. I said, let me not. I said, I already done gone too far, but then I said, no, let's go. I said, I got to get Cookie Crush at what Cookie Crush at once. All right, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Asia says he better have a yard. Yeah, Umar, you better start selling all that shit you've been, you know, all that hoarding shit. He better have a yard sale and sell all them beads and braids and and shells and things. You better come up with this money, homeboy. I don't know what you need to do, but you got to get this money together, family. But here's the thing, Agent. Even if he gets the money to pay this off, there's always going to be something else. You know what I'm saying? And then what happens if he so-called gets the school finished and all this stuff? How's he going to pay faculty and staff? You know, how's he going to pay all the bills? Because all the bills are going to go up higher now that he got all these kids in there, right? Anyway, we'll see. Thanks, Asia. Nitra D says, oh, no, watch out, Africa. Yeah, I don't think Umar would go to Africa unless this gets to the point where the city of Wilmington actually takes these buildings, and then he has nothing else to stand on. And who knows? He may have already, because listen, he's known about this for years. This isn't, even though he's trying to act like it's new. He may have been already putting money and sending money over there in advance of all of this, so that when it's time for him to exit, he already has stuff set up over there. We'll wait and see. Okay? We'll wait and see. And thanks for the super chat. Thanks everyone else. Asia for the super chat, and Karma Cartel, user 225, HVAC man. Thank you for the super chat. Ren says, where is my Proxima Centauri Africa? I don't know. I have no idea. That's Umar's roll call. Okay, he at this point he might as well be calling on the aliens. Aliens be having that money. They be having that gold and silver. Thanks, Ren. Priceless Princess says, to my easily manipulated Africans. All right, thank you for the super chat. Lewis says, where are all the bill-paying Africans? It's not Umar. We know that. Thanks, Lewis Luck. See, the thing too, real quick, is that Umar, he's had enough money to get something started. Okay, that's undeniable. It's just he squandered so much money, and at this point, I really think he's stupid. And not to be like that, because I don't mean to be talking like that, but I think he's just stupid. And I also think that back, if we go back to 2010, he wasn't stupid like this. Okay, was he still a scammer? Yeah, but not a stupid scammer. There's a difference. See, he's gotten so sloppy with all of this. See, he don't even pay basic bills. Thanks, Lewis. Black Wolf gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Black Wolf, for that. James, what's up? James says, Ra Ebony is the one who took down the other notice. She's the fiance who sent Lenon that long text message. Huh? Ra Ebony is the one who took down the other notice. How do you know that, James? Can you email me? So, because there's two notices, on one side of the street, the other on the other side of the street. She's the fiance who sent Lene that long text message. How do you know that? What in the world? This is crazy. So Umar didn't even take it down? You know that's bad. If this is true, Umar, you had to have one of your lady friends go and get it for you. What kind of? Let me stop. Thanks, James. James Smith says, LenonHonor, the king of receipts. Well, I have a lot of receipts. I'll tell you that. Thank you, James. I got a lot of receipts. I can pull up stuff back to back Memphis if y'all want to, and not just videos. I got other stuff I can pull up too. Okay, and I have it curated. I have it archived by date. It's always the year followed by the month followed by the day. All numerical, and then I have a folder for each year, going all the way back to 2000 for videos to 2005. Right, 20 years, yeah, worth of stuff. And then I also have screenshots and all that stuff too. Thanks, James, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Jason says FTMG financial debt money going. yeah, he is some serious debt, but the thing is he's had enough money, so yeah, it's expensive. Okay, I mean, especially if, like, let's say if this was just a regular old person, okay, I got to come up with 38,000. Okay, all right, what do I have to do to do that? But in this case, Umar, he's raised millions of dollars at this point. There's really no excuse. He should have this money sitting around somewhere. Okay, and I don't think he has it in the bank like he's trying to pretend to. I think he's been living off of donations, just donation to donation, just trying to survive for years now. And then finally, because he ain't handling business, because he's been spending this money on himself, he's been living off this money. Now everything comes to pass. I mean, what can he do? It's not anybody else's fault. It ain't got nothing to do with racism. Just he didn't handle business and he's been living off of this money straight up. That's his financial debt, money gone. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jason. Smitty boy, what's up, man? Says, where's my Japanese Africans? Umar, shut up. Yeah, he'll say anything. He'll say, one time he said, my European Africans. I said, okay, yeah, there's Africans in Europe. Why don't you call them Europeans or African Europeans? I don't know. Thanks, Smitty boy. Deacon Weasel, the comedian, says, king of panhandling, take a... Okay, yeah. He did look a little disheveled. I have to admit that. Umar looked very disheveled, but I think he's very stressed right now. But again, he wants to blame everyone else. It's his own fault. No one else's fault but Umar. So we still got 5,400 people in the building. Shout out to Cook Crush. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Make sure if y'all enjoying the show, hit that like button. Thank you so much for the Lewis Luck says, Umar is the type to have your house broken into and burglarized and say, I heard your house got broken into. We looking for who did it. We looking for who did it. I said, we looking for who did it. Yeah, and then he be the one that broke into it. Yeah. He steal your money and talk about, let me see if I can help you find your money. So I didn't even know I lost some money. Yeah, I think somebody stole your money. Let me help you look for it. That's Umar. Okay. Thanks, Lil Stuck. Deacon says the dope man wants it. Yeah, that's another problem Umar got to deal with. Okay. We're gonna have to wait and see how that plays itself out. Thanks, Deacon Weasel. The Jay Witt podcast. Now, real quick, this is Dear World Christian. I was telling y'all about this. He has, and to the best of my knowledge, he's the first one to have Umar's dissertation. Okay, I have a copy of it, but since he was the first one to get it, he's going to break that story. Okay, here's a few bucks towards the LH versus Cookie Crush chat conflict. Yeah, there was a little conflict earlier today. Okay, and then our plan is on Thursday to get together to review the dissertation. I'll be looking at it over the next couple of days and probably highlighting some stuff that I find to be interesting, and then we'll get together on his platform to actually discuss it. Okay, he'll be breaking that story. Yeah, shout out to Jay Witt. Now, this is a Dear World Christian. He's been around for quite some time, but he's changed his YouTube page name to the Jay Witt Podcast. All right, shout out to the brother. Thank you so much for the super chat. Shawnee says FDMG is going. Yeah. The thing is that I know the song is FTMG is coming. It's a joke, you know. If Umar's at this point after, I mean, he conceptualized this in 2004, so we're talking after 20 years, and this is where things are at. Collected millions of dollars. I'm best estimate 2.6, 2.7. I can prove without a shadow of a doubt $1,677,860 since 2019. If he's at this point, I mean, why would anyone think that somehow he's actually going to open up a school at any point in the future? On top of that, he's 50. Come on. It's not going to happen. I mean, he conceptualized this when he was 30 years old. And here we are. It's going. Thanks, Shawnee. Sal says, so all of the paint days, the gym reconstruction, the new doors, the so-called HVAC block parties, all of that goes down the drain. Umar, you a fool. And that's really my point. It's like, at the end of the day, that's where things are at. All the money that Umar has spent, really all the money that he's collected, he ain't got no more money. You all best believe he ain't got no donation money. That money been gone. Okay. For all of these years, and what does he have to show for it? Well, he has to show for it the city potentially coming in and selling these buildings, taking possession and selling them. Yeah, he's a fool. Right? And listen, no disrespect to your donors, but if this doesn't at least make you think that something's not right with this whole school scam, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I've been telling people for years. I've not lied. Real quick, Sal. I've never lied on Umar. Okay, I've been upset with him. I was mad at him because of some of the stuff he did in the past. He's done some more recently. He's done some of the same similar type of shit. But at this point, I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, we've been there before. You ain't gonna get me out my bag. We just gonna keep doing what we do. Okay, and double it up like on double it up on Memphis back to back. Yeah, it's really the same thing over and over again. It really is. There's nothing new. It's not like any of this. There's so many other examples of this in the past that are so. It should be clear to anyone that something's not right with this FTMG situation. I'll tell you what it is. He's a con man. He's a scam artist. But if this right here, with what we saw today, if this doesn't prove that it's not going to happen and that ultimately what Umar's been doing is living off of this money, I don't know what else will. Unless paperwork actually comes out, unless he's truly audited. I'm talking about really audited, not him saying that he is, but he's truly audited and becomes public record. Or they get him in court where everything in discovery comes into public record. But I've been telling people for many years now. Okay. Thanks, Al. Black Wolf says, we all pay bills. If you late, you start to receive notices and then you get a final notice. Yeah. And then sometimes it'll go to collections, right? Come on, angry hamster. People have been calling Umar a hamster because Lene said that Umar live in a hamster cage because everything is, he got trash and shit all over the place. Angry hamster, all cap, bro. Yeah, it is. It's really insulting to anyone who has any degree of intelligence, including his followers, his donors. This is an insult, in my opinion. I mean, he think y'all stupid like that. Like I can come up with this cockamamie story about because he didn't pay the bills. And y'all been sending him money to pay the bills. Why didn't he pay the bills? Because he's been living off of this money. But he has to turn up this whole little story and create this whole false narrative because he can't hold himself accountable and blame everybody else. That's what he do. Thanks, Black Wolf. Lester sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sweet D, who's going to cuddle our boy? Boy, I tell you, that even that right there, people should have been like, listen, I ain't sending this guy no money. That's what Umar said. He said he can't wait he want to cuddle with the kids by the fire. Y'all's kids, not mine. He said the boys. He want to cuddle with the boys at the fireside. That's what he said. Oh, I got what I was editing today. It's actually close to an hour long, but I may have to break it up into pieces because otherwise we're gonna be when I play, you're gonna be up for a month. Y'all, man, I'm telling you, I was gonna drop that today, but then this come up. Thanks, Sweet D, for the super chat. Yarapa says Hollywood can't write a shittier script than this. I know. Umar. Let me say this. Umar, when he used to lie back in the day, he had it together a lot more, I should say. And at least on some level, they were kind of believable. Okay, it didn't fool me, but you were like, okay, yeah, if I go into dreamland, I can kind of see. But this right here is just so over the top and ridiculous. Even the bank account stuff, he lies so much. Yeah, Hollywood can't write. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Thank you, Johnny says he didn't see the notices in the P.O. box, only donations and gifts and more gifts. He saw those notices in the P.O. box because they have his P.O. box information. In fact, I think it's on the paperwork, isn't it? I thought I saw it on the paper. I could be wrong. Let's take a look. It's on the second page. Yeah, I don't see it on there. Ship Academy Inc. Yeah, I'm gonna look through this when I have some time to see if it's on the paper. But they have all this information. Yeah, I'll have to look through and see. But you know, they do have his address, obviously, for these abandoned buildings. Obviously, they didn't put a notice in these abandoned in the mailbox for these abandoned buildings. Now that you bring it up, they don't even make any sense. See? They have Umar's information. In fact, all they have to do is look up his IRS filings to get all of his information, including his PO box. But they have his address because to school address. They probably got his mama address too. To be honest with you, because that's public record. So there's no excuse. That's just Umar lying. He's a pathological liar. Like I said earlier, a business, even the city, that's business. Okay, they want their money. Any business, they're going to go to get their money. They're not going to just be signing about, oh, I ain't going to worry about that. No, that's not how this works. They're going to send notices. They're going to make phone calls, emails, letters in the mail to the PO box, to the residents. They may even have someone come knock on the door in some cases, extreme cases, right? But at the end of the day, Umar cannot say that somehow he didn't know that this was happening. In fact, that's why he concocted this whole story and telegraphed it way in advance to prepare his followers to believe this bullshit. Well, I'm telling you, Umar, he crafty. Okay, he ain't too smart, though. He ain't fooling me. Thanks, Johnny Turner, for the super chat. I appreciate it. VIP RK says, hands must land for him to understand. I don't know. I don't want to put that on him, but I will say this. I would not be surprised if someone has not already, and they have, because there was a situation with Zora, and she's the one that protected Umar from getting his ass beat. I ain't gonna talk too much on that, but she told the story. And there's someone else on YouTube told the story before I heard her tell it, and that person was there in attendance, and that was a brother that was gonna get with Umar big time. But Anaya Zora, a.k.a. Zora, she stepped in the middle of them to protect Umar, and then got him back into the church, and then they closed the doors on the church and locked it. Ain't no telling what kind of stuff Umar would have to deal with this scam, all this scamming stuff. Thanks, VIP Arcade. Perry Unlikely says, to believe this means you've never owned anything. To believe this means you've never owned anything, or that you've never paid bills. You know what I'm saying? You know, it doesn't make any sense. I really don't think, Perry, I don't think Umar knows what he's doing anyway. But instead of handling basic business, but see, Lene said that Umar, he knows, like, he can remember dates and stuff very well. He can talk very well. There's certain things that he does very well, but then the basic stuff for human survival, he just doesn't know how to do. That's why he's resorted to scamming and lying and scheming and exploiting women to get money and sex and all this kind of thing. But basic things he doesn't know how to do, including obviously paying bills. See? Thanks, Perry, for the super chat. The Phenomenal Show says, this idiot said that he would take a lie detector test. That means literally nada, because pathological liars such as himself pass lie detector tests with ease due to believing their own falsehoods. Yeah, I've seen that in CSI many times, CSI shows. Pathological liars, they believe their lies. And they're so used to lying that they don't even think about it. They just start lying right away. And then it becomes, in their own mind, it's like a reality. So you give them a lie detector test, and they're going to respond as if what they're saying is real, even though they're lying, because that's what they're always lying. Does it make sense? Yeah. I've seen that happen in these CSI shows. You know, and then they say he passed, or he or she, because it can happen that way too. They passed the lie detector test, but then later on in the investigation, you know, a video comes out and they're the ones who did it. Okay, well then how did they pass the lie detector test? See, that's why lie detector test. It's not like that's admissible. They say, oh well, they don't bring it up in court. It just kind of to give an idea, and the reason why is simply this is one of the reasons why right here. You know, people can also train themselves to be able to pass the lie detector test too. But in this case, this is a really good point. With Umar as a pathological liar, someone who lies all the time, he is the type of person, because he believes in his own lie, and he's always lying, that if they ask him a question, he'll lie, and he won't have any physiological reaction that would indicate that somehow he's lying, because he's always lying anyway. And then he believes it in his own mind. Good point. Very good point right here. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Lori says for your struggle stream, peace, Lenore, show me love. Yeah, it's a struggle stream, but we got up. I think we got up to 6,000 people. It's a struggle stream, Umar, I guess. See, but when you do your live, you're not getting those numbers, and you're the one that's sitting inside this car, and you're in this situation because you don't handle business and you struggling. You've been struggling for a long time, and I get it. I've struggled before too, and people help me out, and I'm grateful for that. See. But I can't blame other people. Then I can't just keep staying and stuck like that. Umar, you've been stuck like that for such a long time. I'm doing very well these days, and I'm grateful. Okay, but I've also had to put in work to get my shit together too. Amen. It took a lot of work, and I'm still working towards certain goals because you don't get time back. But see, Umar, you're still stuck in the same situation, and then you call other people struggling and struggle streamers. See, that's the irony of that. Thank you, Laura, for a super chat. Show me love. Jam 7 Jack 5 said just need a lay the tile at the elementary. Yeah, that's what Umar is saying. But I can pull up the video, the most recent video where Umar is in there. There's all types of things that need to take place in those buildings. The electricity isn't even all the way done in the small gym, a small school. He hasn't even shown the small gym. I don't know. It's been years now. I think the last time he showed it was, I think it was that second block party. If memory serves me correct, I could be wrong on that. If memory serves me correctly, it's been a long time since who knows what's going on over there. So no, it's not just laying tile. There's all types of stuff. There's mold remediation that needs to take place. There's ceiling tiles that need to take place. The HVAC ductwork needs to be inspected and making sure there's no leaks. There's all types of stuff that needs to take place with this. But Umar, he reduces it to this because it's cosmetic, right? It's superficial. And if he can give the cosmetic superficial stuff and make it seem as if he's making progress, the illusion of progress, then his followers, they'll believe it and they'll continue to send him money. But again, that money's not going to come in like it used to, and it hasn't for quite some time. And the more and more Umar continues with this foolishness, the less and less support he's going to get. Okay? Thanks, Jam 7 Jack 5. VIP Arcade says, Princess, come get your principal. Yeah, he's supposed to be a principal. But obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Smitty Boy says, Uncle Lennon, this live gonna break records. Yeah, we did. We broke records tonight. Thank you so much, everyone who tuned in. Again tonight, I'm gonna inbox a Walmart job application link to Umar. he definitely gonna block me on IG. Rest in peace, FTMG. Damn, I gotta write a song now called Rest in Peace, FDMG. It's got to be a slow one too. Rest in peace, FDMG. Rest in peace, sweet harmony, FDMG, FDMG ain't coming. Rest in peace. Now I can hear the guitar just came in. FDMG. Yeah, I can do it. Thanks, Smitty Boy. For super chat. Poor FDMG. Darren says, back in April, didn't he say he never gotten the notice? I know, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So if they stopped communicating with you, then you would have known about it in April, right? But he said that he ain't got no notices. This guy, he lies so much. I mean, he lies. We'll come back and review this video at some point in the future, and we'll go step by step and just pick out the lies. Good point, Darius. Yeah, he lie all the time. That's what he do. He's a pathological liar. Thank you for the super chat. How's it going? Night J says Umar is going to run to Ghana and disappear into the bush. Yeah, he could, but it would have to be after if these buildings are taken, then he would do that. But if he can get money to pay this, then he'll keep it going. He'll keep it going. I mean, this guy's he's gotten millions of dollars over decades now. Okay, because listen, I see people there, for over the years, many people say, listen, I donated to this in 2007. I donated to this in 2008. Talking about FTMG. I donated to this in 2009. All of them can't be lying. And in 2010, Umar said that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. That's because he had already been collecting money. It's just it wasn't being done, let's say, through PayPal or through GoFundMe, right? It was just at venues where he would talk about FDMG, and then he would say how he wants to open up this school, and then people would give him donations. See? Thanks, Night J. We'll have to wait and see. We'll see how this all plays out. How's it going? Kel says, I'm experiencing the foreclosure process for the home I inherited. The bank state will keep you well informed immediately and often. He thinks black folk are dumb. Yeah, I also think again, Umar, the way that he works it's all about keeping his followers and his donors in a state of ignorance. So if they don't know about different processes, then they're going to assume that what he's saying is true, even though he's lying. And this is just like another example. Again, anytime you're dealing with money and anytime you're dealing with business, notifications are going to be consistent, including foreclosures, right? And furthermore, it's not like it just happens all of a sudden. There's things, communication on how to resolve things. And then you also got to ask the question, is it really worth resolving, right? Because some things aren't necessarily worth, you say, okay, I'm just going to let that go. But it's not like that happens, overnight. Umar's trying to make it seem like all of a sudden they posted this on the door, but that's not how these things work. But again, the way that he operates, it's based upon keeping his followers in a state of ignorance so that when he lies to them, they believe his lie to be true. That's what it comes down to. That's why he's so diabolical. See, same thing with the acquisition of these properties in February of 2019. Umar never provided any receipt on the purchase price. I give him the benefit of the doubt of $400,000, but guess what? It could be much less than that. See? It keeps his followers in a state of ignorance because there's no transparency. Well, the same thing with this situation right now. See, he should be showing receipts, right? Where the receipts on all what you're saying, Umar? There are no receipts because he's a pathological liar. Now, I bet you he can pull up, if he wants to tell the truth, he can pull up all the notices and the final notice, right? But he ain't going to do that. See? Thanks, Kels. Baldy Lock says Umar was posted on the T app. It's a woman's safety vetting app, like Yelp for dating men. What? The comments were wild from women who said they dated him. Are you serious? I don't even know nothing about this. Anybody know something about this? Let me know. If y'all got some receipts on this you want to send a brother. It's called a T app. Can I sign up even though I'm a male? T app, just to see what they saying about Umar Johnson? Yeah, I'm going to look into this. It's known as the T Dating Advice. It's a mobile application designed for women to share information and advice about men they are interested in or dating. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into this, y'all. Damn. If you got any screenshots, send it to me, okay? All right, thank you for the super chat. That's crazy. I'm interested to see what they're saying. I'm sure it's all bad. Thanks, Baldy Lock, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Antoine says the crocodile, here we go. The crocodile got caught and still arguing about the same nonsense. Yeah, it's the same thing over and over. I was saying this earlier. It's just the same thing over and again. There's nothing new. It's always something that's the result of Umar's negligence and his inability to handle basic business. It could be something. It could be the HVAC, right? It can be him trying to find the blueprints. It could be the white lawyer that he used, and that's why he said he didn't know that he didn't, the tax that he was going to be taxed and all this stuff for the properties from 2019 and 2020. Well, that's because Umar is negligence on his part. He should have had his nonprofit paperwork in order. See, so it's the same thing, nonsense over and over again. And then Umar, he just reframes it, and then he pathologically he comes up with these narratives, and for whatever reason, his fault. At least some of his faults, they believe it. Okay, I don't believe any of it. He lies too much. Thank you, Antoine. Vince says FDSG, family to school gone. yeah, basically FDSG. That's a new one. Thanks, Vince, for being a member for 23 months. I appreciate it. Kel says his cult must have nothing or never had anything to buy this BS. Well, I think, Kel's, that there are people who, especially when he came up with the bank accounts frozen thing, that's a scam. Him even coming up with that. There's a lot of people who knew that he was lying, who were deeply invested in Umar. What I mean by that is just these are the people who really believed in Umar. But that right there, a lot of people were like, no, I know that's not true because I know that that's not how banks operate. See? Well, the same thing with this current situation. That's not how the state or the city is going to operate. They're just not going to all of a sudden put some notices on your doors like that. That's not how that works. See? But Umar wants to paint that narrative. And then again, he assumes that black people aren't going to be able to figure that out. See? It's a bunch of BS. It's a bunch of BS. But that's what Umar does. Thank you, Kels. About halfway through. He's a lazy liar. Yeah, he's gotten very lazy with his lies. Because back in the day, he did a lot better job, if I can say it that way. Okay, it's kind of ridiculous, but he did a lot better job lying. These days, he's gotten very sloppy with it, very lazy with it. Thanks, Dave. That's all. Dr. Umar's bump, but I ain't seen you in a long time. Says we would own nothing. Yeah, we. Who the F is we? And that's what Umar does. Whenever he needs money, it's we. Whenever there's a problem with these schools, it's we. But outside of that, it's all about him. He's Big Papa, right? Thanks, Dr. Umar. Man. How's it going? Yana says, father still supports. Well, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Thank you for the super chat. Brandon says, what's wrong with him just being Jermaine from Philadelphia? Yeah. I'm going to drop something. I'll probably live stream tomorrow, so I won't drop it tomorrow. I'm going to drop it on probably Friday. It's a longer video, and it's going to show people in a back. Well, it's not even a backwards way, but I'm going to show people why it is that Umar simply can't be Jermaine from Philadelphia. It has to do with him. He has a God complex. It has to do with him being told that he was a descendant of Frederick Douglass when he was a child by his father, when in point of fact, he's not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. I'm going to show you guys in this video. Okay. That'll be on Friday. Thanks, Brandon Stone. Red October says, don't feel sorry for his supporters. These lies he tells aren't even sophisticated. They will argue up and down and ignore all logic and red flags. Yeah. I think at this point, I don't feel sorry for his supporters. I do feel sorry for the women that he sexually exploits. I can say that. But in terms of his supporters who send him money and who have been doing it consistently enough over the years, I don't feel at this point, I don't feel sorry for them. I wish they would see the truth, because it would save them some money. I mean, money, to me, money is time, time is life. So it'll save them some time, it'll save them some life. I look at it that way. But at this point, based upon everything that has come out on Umar over these many years, from people, all different people who've commented on Umar, for all these years, I don't get it. I don't see how people could still support him, especially when it comes to this FDMG school scam. I just can't see it. But at this point, people still want to support. They still want to send him money. Okay, that's on them. And my job is to put the information out there. Hopefully, some people will see the truth and they decide, listen, I'm not going to be sending this guy any money anymore. Or at the very least, I would hope that women who would, initially think that they will get involved with this guy on some level, that they would recoil and say, hey, wait a minute, based upon all the receipts and all the evidence that proves that this guy, he's a sexual deviant and he's predatory towards Black women, I ain't going to be dealing with this dude. Okay. And that to me is good enough. Right. Thank you, Red October. And there's so many red flags with this guy. And if we just use logic and reason and look at the red flags, that should be more than enough for anyone. I mean, the fact that he said he wants to cuddle with the boys, I don't know what else to tell people. I don't know. Okay. Thanks, Red October, for the super chat. And then I got this one earlier again. Thank you, T. Jones. Very kind of you. I appreciate that. You've been so gracious, but you're not content. Anyway, thank you. Jay Civic says, American Greed, new episode in the making. Yeah. See, and I think later on down the line, it could be 5 years, 10 years down the line. At the very least, sociologists, they're going to look back at Umar as a case study. I believe this. Okay, will it happen? I don't know, but I believe this to be the case. But then I can also see later on down the line, Netflix or Hulu or something, probably Netflix, doing a whole documentary on Umar, because I ain't seen nothing like this ever. I ain't seen nothing like this. Okay. Thanks, Jay Civic, for a super chat. Giannis gifted a membership. Very kind of you. Thank you so much, Giannis, for gifting that membership. I gotta get these because it's getting late. I wouldn't even plan on live stream today, but it was worth it. Quincy T says, if he was emailing and calling, that means he knew about the situation. He always tells on himself. Yeah, there go logic and reason. See, Umar says that somehow he wasn't notified, right? But he said that he was emailing and calling. So therefore, why was you emailing and calling if you didn't know what was going on? Quincy T, we're gonna have to come back to this video in the near future, and we're just that aspect of it alone just shows you how much of a pathological liar Umar is. Again, if they didn't tell you that none of this was going on, and all of a sudden they're gonna take your property, if they didn't tell you, then why was it that you were emailing and calling them? Doesn't even make sense. And then furthermore, if they weren't talking to you, why don't you go down there and then live stream it? See, but you over there traveling in Africa and over there in Europe someplace and down there in South America. Okay. Thanks, Quincy T. Good point. Red October said over 1.5 million gone. Yeah, see, my best estimate is 2.7 million dollars. Umar ain't got the money is all gone. Okay. But if we looked at what he has spent money on based upon what he says, okay, HVAC, the buildings themselves, we can't count the block parties. That's really negligence. He shouldn't have been wasting money on that anyway. To get electricity turned on, to get the HVAC delivered, and put up on the roof, you know, the blueprints, all this stuff. There's I would say, yeah, it's probably about $1.5 million that's just missing, based upon my lowball estimate of $2.6 million, $2.7 million. Okay, what I can prove conclusively is that from 2019 through 2024, Umar has raised a bare minimum of $1,677,860. And for what though? Not one black child has been educated. Yeah, and that money been gone. Thanks, Red October. Hannah says Prince of Panhandling. Yeah, he's still doing it to this day. Yeah. Thanks, Hannah. Kel says, Lenon, he pays his bills in bulk. No, the thing is, he don't pay his bills. Okay. That's what it comes down to. He don't pay bills. And these aren't the only bills. There's other bills too associated with these properties. He don't be paying no bills. Basic stuff. See? And there's no excuse. If people don't send them so much money, at least pay the bills. And the other thing, Kels, is it's all a waste anyway, because we're talking 6.5 years of paying bills on a building and bills being accumulated on a building that serves no purpose. It's just a money pit because not one black child has been educated. See, that right there, that's the part. I mean, you, Umar Johnson, father, that's what you really got to think about. Whether you think he's going to open up a school is irrelevant. Why would he sit on these abandoned buildings for 6.5 years? And then all of the money that's gone in to just, you know, build, I mean, it's a waste, because at the end of the day, there's nothing to show for it. Okay. Thanks, Kales. Alfonso Phillips says, we all knew this day was coming. Keep teaching, my brother. You save more black children with your content to stay away from children and women predators like him. Keep up the great work, my brother. Oh, thank you so much. And let me make sure I read this right. So you said we all knew this day was coming. That's true. That's very true. Keep teaching, my brother. You save more black children with your content. In other words, to teach help black children to stay away, and women to stay away from predators like Umar. Keep up the great work, my brother. Yeah. I think that's probably the most important message. Of course, the school scam is one thing, but that's more financial. I think that Umar's predatory ways towards black women, that's the deeper issue for me. See, and that's one of the reasons why, you know, I don't want to say it in the wrong way, but I feel like people who have given Umar a pass, in particular black men, I just think it's just thoroughly inappropriate, and it's disappointing, because it's so clear what he's been doing. And then when we listen to what Umar has said about children, the sexualized comments that he's made in sexualizing children, boys and girls for that matter, that right there is more than enough for any man to recognize that Umar is not to be trusted. That's really for me. The school scam is one thing, but that's more financial. It's intertwined though, but that's more financial. It's the potential for Umar to cause serious harm to women and children that really motivates me. Interesting enough, Alfonso, the way he has worked this out is that he's used this idea of opening up a school to gain access to the women and to gain access to their children. So it's intertwined, right? But this day is long in the making for Umar to get to where he's at. But the deeper issue is his predatory ways towards black women. And then also the fact that children would not be safe in and around him or in his care. That much is very clear to me. Thank you, Alfonso, for super chat. I appreciate it. Bill O says, I am going way back. Binky the Bando Bird took the money and drank all the water. Yeah, you're going way back. I think that was 2020, maybe. I think that was 2020. Could have been 2019. Thanks, Bill O, for the super chat. It's getting late. Cam Max says he is a con artist 3 times. You're absolutely right. Thank you for the super chat. Global Friends Corner says, love it. Thank you, Global Friends Corner for loving my channel. I appreciate that. It's the Cookie Crush chat, really. That's where all the action is at. Let me go. I'm going to close out this poll because we're getting close to winding this down. Let me close out this poll so that I won't forget. The poll question is, and there's been, we shot out the record for votes on the poll. It's over 5,800, almost 800 people, more than 800 people. What will Umar Johnson do next? 15% say pay the $38,388.22 that's due. 85% say allow the buildings to be auctioned. Okay, I'm gonna leave this up. I want to see if we can get to, I don't think we will. I want to see if we can get to 6,000. Okay, I don't mean to be greedy, but and we're over, I think we're close to 3,000 likes too. So we'll break that record as well. Okay. So I'm gonna leave this poll up just for a little bit longer. If you haven't got your poll response in for the poll question, please do. Maybe we can get to 6,000. We'll see. Thanks again, Global Friends, for the kind words. I appreciate that. Friend Martin said, stop letting him upset you. Liars must lie. I know. Sometimes Umar get my blood pressure up a little bit. I've gotten better at it, but sometimes he just be going too far with it. And because I've been researching this guy and hearing all of the plethora of lies that he tells. It's amazing that he continues to lie in 2025. And so I guess some people believe it. It's just, it gets frustrating after a while, you know. Thanks, friend Martin, for the super chat. Red October says, it's clear this fed his ego and drug issue. Absolutely. It's clear this fed his ego and drug issue, gave him access to women who wouldn't have given him a second look as an assistant to the assistant principal. Yeah, this is what I was explaining earlier, that he's used this idea of opening up a school to gain access to women. Umar's ability to put on this air that somehow he's going to save black boys has been kind of like the hook and lure for a lot of these women. See? Many of these women are single mothers, right? And then all of the praise that he's received is gone to his ego, right? Again, the video that I'll release on Friday will speak to that. Okay, you all to see. It's fed his ego. Him being in Hidden Colors fed his ego. People sending him money fed his ego. People saying, buying into this idea he's the most requested scholar and all this stuff. King Kong fed his ego. Yeah. People defending him fed his ego. And then, of course, what has happened over time is that the substance abuse has gotten further and further and further out of hand. But that has been optimized by people sending him money. If they didn't send him money, he wouldn't have access to the funds to go on that path. A lot of the money that should have gone towards this, what is it, $38,388.22. Umar's used that for his substance abuse issue. I propose he used more than that, dealing with his substance abuse issues. Gambling, too. Okay. One other thing, too, Umar's ability to get away with this for such a long time and people still support him and send him money, that fed his ego, too. Okay. But look where he's at today. Okay. Thank you, Red October, for the super chat. HVAC Man says, Umar just blocked me, y'all. But what did you expect? I mean, come on, that's what he does, right? I mean, he didn't even leave the comments on for his video. I'm looking right now. He ain't left no comments on. There's been all it shows is 934 likes. That's it. People ain't buying into this foolishness. I guess those 934 people did. Okay, but he has over 1.1 million followers. Most people ain't buying into that foolishness. Thanks, HVAC Man, for the super chat. Dr. Umar sent in the super chat. Thank you so much. Yana says, Ninja is an embarrassment. He's doing more damage to black children with autism and ADHD. Yeah, that's another one of my criticisms of Umar. I haven't spoken a lot about that, but he has done a lot of damage with that aspect too. And he's also manipulated a lot of black parents into not seeking professional services for their children, and these professional services would have benefited their children. See, that's a big problem right there too. Yeah, he's done a lot of damage. Thanks, Giannis, for the super chat. Bill O says, correction, Binky the Bando Bird causes the problem. Yeah, Umar has issues. Yeah, I remember Binky the Bando Bird. There was PayPal the Puppy. There was Brother Jose. There's all these different characters from back in the day. Yeah, I miss those times from time to time. All right, thanks, Bill O. Yeah, you must have been around for a long time. Thank you for the super chat. Ram says, we going to need a dry erase board to draw a picture for him explaining the difference. Yeah, I know this is from earlier. Umar, I really think that Umar does not understand what's going on. Okay, he knows he owes money, but I can tell in his language, the language that he's using, or the verbiage that he's using, that he doesn't understand exactly what's going on. He's conflating things and mixing things up. Okay, like he was saying taxes. Well, if you look on the paperwork, it says taxes is 0. So what are you talking about? See, so that's part of the issue with Umar, and that's frustrating because I wish I could actually pull up. I used to have a dry erase board. I would write things out, and then I can write it out step by step to kind of explain it. I did my best that during this live stream, but the point is, it's very clear to me. That's why I was saying I shouldn't have done that. I said Umar, he's stupid. I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. But it's clear to me that he does not have a firm grasp on what's taking place here, right? But you would think that after 6.5 years, he would know exactly what's taking place here, and he would have mitigated this long time ago. Yeah. All right, thanks, Ram. And I'm going to take it back, Umar. I apologize for calling you stupid, but real talk, some of this stuff is it's stupid. All right, but I apologize. I don't want to call you. I shouldn't have done that. You're still a scammer, though. Okay, you're still a con man. All right, thanks, man. Asia says FTMG is not vacant. He stayed there. I get your point. I get your point. Listen, legally, it's vacant, right? Just like legally, there is no school registered in the state of Delaware or in the city of Wilmington called FDMG. Y'all think about that. After 6.5 years. See? So yeah, I get what you're saying, Asia. Yeah, but legally, it's vacant. Okay. All right. Thanks, Asia. What's up, Black Anonymous? Umar is such a big liar. And you know this. You're another one of the OGs has been around for a long time. Okay. I mean, that's all he do is lie. I mean, you have a whole blog and there's all kind of stuff. He lied about the same, putting in the bid with St. Paul's cause. He lied about this, he lied about that. He lied about the HVAC. List goes on and on. Okay. All right. Shout out to Black Anonymous. Can you believe it? The day has arrived. Right. After all these years. Thanks, Black Anonymous. Sweet D says Umar is Mojo, JoJo, and Lenon is the Powerpuff Girls. What? I don't know how to take that. Well, maybe I shouldn't even say that. Take that. I don't even know who Mojo Jojo is. Mojo, because I never watched that cartoon. I was too old when that came out. Mojo Jojo. Oh, that's the little monkey. Yeah, that's a gorilla monkey. That's Umar. Yeah, well, I'd appreciate you just said Powerpuff Boys, you know. Right. Anyway, what you trying to say? You know what I mean? Thank you for the super chat. Jackson says Umar is going to pay them taxes using a firm $10 a month for the next. That's Umar's payment plan. $10 a month for the next 70 years. Yeah, he's going to still be asking for donations too. He's going to be like 130, 131. Yeah, we almost got this paid off. We just need $20 more this month. All right, thanks, Jackson. Missy says, why does he care about the vacant property tax if FTMG is opening this year? Wow. Let me read it. Why does he care about the vacant property tax if FTMG is opening this year? And there you have it. I can't even say nothing else to that. Yeah, shout out to Missy. Yeah, wow. Mother Earth says, Lenon, you know more about what's going on than he does about his own ish. Book sense doesn't equal common sense. I totally agree. Yeah, Umar, he has book smarts. He don't have no street smarts. He doesn't have critical thinking skills either. And he, at this point, he don't even lie. I don't even want to say it that way, but he don't lie good. His lies are so out there. And it's true. I know more of, and I haven't looked into this deeply. It's not like I've done extensive research. In fact, during this live stream, information was coming to me via email. But I have enough critical thinking skills and common sense to recognize, based upon the verbiage that Umar is using, that he doesn't know what's going on. He's just mixing things up, all kinds of things he's mixing, including taxes. See? The same thing on Friday when I broke the story. I'm actually informing people about something that Umar should be informing people, and I knew about it before Umar knew about it, because he was traveling. And like I said, if he had been in Wilmington when they posted these things on the doors, he would have snatched those up right away, right? Okay, but he wasn't there. They sat there well, I don't even know when someone picked them up, but they were there on Friday. See? And then based upon reading through that, looking up some things online, and then people sending me some information during this live stream in the comments inside the Good Course chat room, it's very clear that Umar doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not clear about what's going on here. And that's crazy. Okay. He has allegedly 6. He has 5 at most, but allegedly he has 6. He had some book smarts, but critical thinking skills, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have research skills either. Right? He can't. The way I look at it is, if you have a level of intelligence and common sense, you wouldn't even get online and start talking like Umar was talking today. You wouldn't do that. You would take a whole different approach. I'm gonna tell you what Umar should have done is he should have came clean on all this shit. Real talk. Just say, hey, listen, the bank accounts, they weren't frozen. The money's just gone. Okay, if that's the case. All right. Or if the bank accounts were frozen, they ain't got nothing to do with Lenon, ain't got nothing to do with Lene. What's happened is that the city of Wilmington, the state of Delaware, they put on lien on my account because they're trying to get this $38,380.22 out of me before they put these buildings up for auction. And I need the money so that we can put this money down so we can keep the property. That's what he should have done. Right? But see, he doesn't have common sense either. And then also he would have to be contrite. He would have to be apologetic, and he would also have to be honest with people. And he don't have that in him. He's been scamming so long, he don't have that in him. Thanks, Mother Earth, for super chat. Night Jay says the man posted a pic of your wife's sound. Yeah, see that's what I'm saying. I've given Umar leeway. Okay, but then he's overstepped boundaries, and it's not like I get out of my bag. I'm just like, okay, I see what he's doing. I see what he's trying to. He's trying to elicit a particular response to me. I said to myself, no, keep it professional, and let's keep dropping these receipts and let's see where we're at today. See? Sometimes it's just a matter of patience and then staying the course. See? Again, on Thursday, the plan is to get into his dissertation. See? I told people when we had Lenon on that first time, I said this is just the beginning. And here we are. Thanks, Najee. Black Wolf says, Lenon, every move Umar has spoke about making the past 6 years, you said he would try and pull this shit on the people. We've been 5 steps ahead of Umar for 6 years. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll be calling it. So y'all be calling it too. Umar, he's a creature of habit, and his moves are perfectly predictable. If y'all ever played chess, you play the same person over and over again. They tend to run a pattern, right? They have the same approach. At a certain point, you can be like, oh, okay, I know what they're going to do. I see what they're trying to do. Okay, they trying to move that over there, they get that over there, so I move this over there, they can get me right there, right? Well, that's Umar. So we'll call in that advance. Sometimes we'll call in advance, we'll tell Umar what he needs to do, and he get up there and do it. Thanks, Black Wolf, for a super chat. User 225 says, I love when Umar Johnson shouts out San Diego because then he gets mad. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Thanks, User 225. HVAC says, chat, we are in the end game now. Dr. Strange was right. Yeah, I do think that this is the end game for FDMG. Beyond that, though, who knows how Umar is going to pivot to keep scamming to get money out of people? Because what else is he going to do? Work at Walmart? Yeah. Yep. Thanks, HVAC man. Lester said, you know what? I'm hungry. I don't think I ate anything today. I didn't even eat today. Goodness gracious. I had smoothies, so I'll count that as I'll count that as eating. But my stomach is growling, so I'm gonna feel like I'm hungry. Lester says, anyone still giving this man, I'm sorry, I mean male, amen, money is clearly drinking the Kool-Aid and need an exorcism. Now, I'm sure that there are going to be people who see that video and they're going to send Umar money. Okay, will it be $38,388 in the next 13 days or 12 days? Yeah, maybe. But I will say this, though, Lester, that the amount of people who, because of this video, they're going to see Umar as a scammer, the amount of people that see him as a scammer because of the video is going to far outweigh the financial benefit that Umar is going to receive by doing this video. Does that make sense to people? In other words, it's like an opportunity cost. Yeah, he's going to do this video. There's people going to send him money, but by him doing this video, including some of his followers, they're going to see this for what it is, and they're no longer going to support Umar. So in essence, by doing this video, he may extend the bridge, but then he's going to be burning the bridge down at the same time. And more the bridge is going to be burnt down than extended. Does that make sense? The analogy. Yeah. Thanks, Lester. Take heed to the message. Says Umar was in Newark, New Jersey, talking like nothing happened. He sure was. Now, he brought the bank account, but he didn't say nothing about this. I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you why. Because Umar, he wasn't anticipating this getting out. He didn't anticipate that. He tried to get out in front of the story just in case. But there was nothing that would lead him on the internet, that lead him to conclude that, hey, wait a minute. People are going to be talking about this because no one knew about it. I'm going to tell you something. If the person hadn't sent me this receipt right here, if the person didn't send this to me on Friday, Umar wouldn't have said nothing about none of this. Real talk. But because they sent it to me, I reported on it and everyone else picked it up, Umar has to come up with some response. But if I didn't cover it and it didn't come into, or no one else covered it, Umar, he would have kept it quiet. And what he would have done is kept going with this bank account freeze scam and kept begging to try to come up with the money so that he can put down, so to keep these properties. That's what would have happened. Yep. But that's why when he was over in New York, New Jersey, he didn't say nothing about this situation right here. He didn't say nothing about it. Yep. Good point. Thank you for the super chat. Rashana says, do you remember a cruise happening that he did? He never did the cruise. It was a Big Papa cruise, something like that. I have the receipt. It was a big boat that he posted, and he said how he was going to, because he always coming up with stuff he's going to do. He never did that. Now, Did he collect money for it? I don't think he collected money. He may have, but I don't think he did. I do know that he's collected money for trips to Africa that never happened. Now, whether or not he refunded people, I don't know. But he used to do that back in the day, too. Yep. Thanks for Sean Pinson. HVAC man says it's BET Rap City for Umar. Rap City for Umar. It's over. Again, he's going to have to pivot if they take these abandoned buildings from him, and who knows what he pivots to. Okay, scammers like Umar, con men like Umar, they'll pivot and they'll get into something else to get money out of people. Again, he's not going to ever get the type of money that he was able to get through this FTMG school scam. Just like Jay Morrison, he's never going to get the type of money that he got for this TREF fund. It's not going to happen, right? But they will pivot to try to keep getting money out of people. And Umar, it's likely that's what he's going to do if these abandoned buildings are taken. Thanks, HVAC man. G Pink 26 forever says instead of spending $1,500 round trip tickets to Ghana, he could have paid these fees 3 times 1,500 is 4,500. Yeah. Or throwing the block parties for what? Two block parties for what? He even said he was going to throw a block party this year. You know, in that video, the other one, he was talking about how he wanted to do a barbecue. What you talking about a barbecue when you owe $38,388? What you talking about? You see? He ain't serious. He's a con man. See? And he's avoidant, like when they were saying, he's avoiding. He knows these things need to be handled, but he avoids them. And he lives a life like that because he doesn't handle responsibility and he just blames other people. Thanks, G Pink 26 forever. There's a lot of ways that he could have had this rectified. Okay, and he could have done this years ago. Thank you for the super chat. Monica Sunshine says, I'm part of the FUMAR's team and we are working on it as we speak. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we'll update us. All right, make sure you update us on the progress on this. Let us know what's going on and how y'all gonna get this mitigated because we want to see this school open on Monday. All right, not just fair. Thanks, Monica, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Kel says he's been homeless. He might have registered the property as a nonprofit residency because he wanted a boarding school, but uses it for himself. That would have to be public record, though. So I don't think he's doing that. Do I think that he's lived in there? Yes. Do I believe that he's slept over there overnight? Yeah. And again, I think that there's been times where Umar was in situations where he slept in his car. See, how do you raise all this money and you just have to sleep in your car? He doesn't have his own home. He's been homeless since 2019. Now, the thing is, I think the steps that Umar would have to take in order to register the property as a nonprofit residency, that would, first of all, it'd be public record. But the other thing is that Umar wouldn't go through those steps. He would just go and live in there, right? Because that's how Umar is, because he don't handle basic business. Right? Yeah, I mean, it's real quick. The fact that Umar's been homeless since 2019, collecting all this money, isn't that a red flag? Thanks, Kales. Black Wolf says, at LenonHonor, pay attention to Cynthia A. Johnson. She interviewed Umar years ago, asked about his credential, and Umar had a fit. Yeah, we've covered that. Man, he was very belligerent. If you remind me tomorrow, I can pull that up. Yeah, he was very belligerent. He was all raising his voice and stuff, but she kept going right back at him. She wasn't standing down. Umar, he didn't know what he was dealing with. Yeah, she was one of the forerunners to expose Umar. Yeah, she was one of the forerunners. Yeah, I remember her. Yeah, you remind me. I'll pull it up tomorrow. I got it. Thanks, Black Anonymous. VIP RK says, please play the song Grit Money by Umar Johnson. I don't have that song. Okay. I can write it, though. I can write it. Thank you for the super chat. Lucifer's lawyer says, as Dr. Umar's attorney, here we go. I am formally withdrawing my representation effective immediately. This shit has gotten completely out of control. How you got a whole team, but asking for money for mommy. Hashtag MCKNYOK. That's, you know, his damn Lucifer Lord said that's enough. I can't deal with this shit no more. He said, I tried my best. I've been helping Lucifer get out of all kinds, but this Umar shit, I can't. All right, thank you for the super chat. Well, that's ridiculous. Lucifer Lord, that's Umar's lawyer. Okay, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I'm almost down to the bottom. Thank y'all again. I wasn't even planning on live stream. I'm glad I did. Jackson says, how y'all doing? I went fishing last weekend and I seen a baby gator. Me and him had a moment of silence for his little cousin. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you one thing. If I was fishing and I saw a gator, I wouldn't be fishing anymore. I don't play that. Them gators and crocodiles, I do not play them things. They're prehistoric. There's a reason why, because they're savage. See, boy, you ain't gonna catch me in Florida. Lennon, you want to go down to Florida? We'll pay you $4 million. I said, nah. You ain't even got to get out the plane. I don't care. You know, you never know. Them gators, they'll be on the plane. Thanks, Jackson. More thread says, Lennon, don't you start that rushing and telling us only a few more minutes. This is from an hour and a half ago. We're here because a lot of us chose to be here with you. 6,000 strong. Yeah, we broke the record today. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I wasn't planning on live streaming. That's why, you know. And I'll be talking with you this weekend. All right, thank you so much for the super chat. Red October says, this bowl of grits tastes good. Felt kind of good tonight, so I added cheese. I wasn't really into grits. I like, when I was a kid, I liked cream of wheat and oatmeal. Okay, but grits, not so much. Right? And I wouldn't put cheese in it when I was a kid. I wouldn't put cheese in it. I'd probably put some sugar in it or something like that. But that's just me. Thanks, Red October. Enjoy your grits. All right. Dre says Umar spent that money on some funky. Don't do that. Come on. And then the way you spelled it so that I wouldn't figure it out. Come on now. Don't do that. Y'all crazy. Thank you for the super chat, Dre. Ike says, I went to tour Umar's fake school in Detroit for my birthday this past weekend. Yeah. I wonder, did they renovate it or is it still the way that it was before? Because I have that video. Umar was up there talking about it. Man, that was so ridiculous. That was so ridiculous. Thanks, Ike. James says, we got to march for them cookies, family. We need our peach collars. Umar talking about a march. Thanks, James. I got to do these quick because I got to go to bed. Perry says, it's like getting an eviction notice and saying, the only thing I got left to do is cook the bacon. It has nothing to do with the main thing or the issue. Absolutely. Yeah, Umar think he going to get these towels, put the towels down. All of a sudden, all these fees disappear because then he get off the vacant property list. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to say it, but it's stupid. This is a good one right here, Perry. Thank you. Love says, ain't nobody calling that mayor with that. Yeah. Can you imagine people calling the mayor talking about, yeah, you know, there's someone named Umar Johnson. He's trying to open up a school and, you know, he owes $33,000, but he's trying to see if he can get that on a discount. You know, he's trying to get to hook up. Can you hook him up because it's racism? And why don't he do it himself? He always try to get other people to do stuff. Thanks, love, peace. Umar always trying to get other people to do stuff. He don't do nothing. Thank you for the subject. Lincoln says text only. Is his phone off too? And they didn't call him. You know, they didn't call him. They didn't send him no mail. They didn't email him. Even though we're living in the age of communication, you know, you can communicate with people all around the world. If there's people up on the space shuttle, you can communicate with them too. If they were on the moon, you be able to communicate with them today with modern technology. But somehow they can't communicate with Umar. They can't. Come on, cut it out. And even still, Malika, if Umar felt as if they weren't communicating with him, why doesn't he go down there to the office and handle business? See, he's a liar. He's just a liar. That's all it comes down to. Thank you for the super chat. Sweet T says FTMG is our school. Umar Johnson is a fool. He is the principal, but the buildings are just trap bandos. Sound off. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Left, right, left. All right. Yeah, some of y'all ready to march again, huh? Thanks, Sweet T. Ike says, better call Saul. Yeah. And Perry Mason. And what's the guy? Dun, 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 dun. Matlock. That's right. Thank you, Ike. Laurie says, you need to march like the hyenas on Lion King. Yeah, might as well. Thanks, Laurie. Texas Deep, how's it going? Says tomorrow morning I'm calling sausage and biscuits. Okay, that's great. Go and make the phone calls. I'll tell you right now, ain't nobody calling for Umar, and he may get some money out of him. But what are they gonna say? And who they gonna call? They got to find the numbers themselves too. Well, this is bad. This whole situation is bad. Thanks, Texas Diva. The conservative lady says Umar, stop the madness and the cap. The gig is up. Yeah, I think that this whole thing with FTMG, I think this is coming to a close. Okay, but we got to see how Umar pivots after, because he's gonna have to do something. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Information man, what's up, man? Says this is a damn shame. Honor once again. Yeah, I got this one earlier. Salute, bro. Salute. Yeah, you called it. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Daryl says here it is, the culmination. It's time to ditch these schools and blame it on black people. This dude is the absolute worst. And you know, Daryl, what he may do is, if these buildings are put up for auction, he may blame black people, his supporters, for not making these phone calls and quote unquote marching with him and doing all this stuff. He may blame his supporters at that point, because he's done stuff like that in the past. Yeah, he may do that because he never holds himself accountable. We're going to have to wait and see. Yeah, good point, Daryl. Mr. Thundercloud says, I thought the bill was fraudulent and now Umar wants the money to pay for it. Yeah. He can't even keep the story straight. Yeah. See, again, in the future, we'll come back and watch this video again and we'll just be picking out the lies. Okay, this is kind of like breaking news. So we'll pick out the lies step by step. And this is another one of the issues that's going to come up. There's a lot of issues that are going to come up with this. And he's gotten so sloppy with the lying that he actually contradicts himself while he's telling these narratives, these false narratives. Just like when he was talking about the Lenon situation, it's just false, contradicting himself there. Just like when he was talking about his bank accounts being frozen, just contradictory throughout. Okay, he's gotten very sloppy with it. But at some point, Mr. Thundercloud, we'll go through this again and we'll pick all of it out. Okay. Thanks for the super chat. Black Wolf says, I'm missed 6 months of utilities. I need y'all to come protest after they shut all my utilities off. Black Power. Yeah. And again, that's not how business works. And for Umar to even go there, it just goes to show you how delusional he is. If you don't pay these bills and you're on the hook for them back in 2020, and you don't pay these bills for 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and then part of 2025, we're talking over a decade. Excuse me, over a half a decade, you have no complaint. You can't complain about that. That's on you. But Umar wants to make it seem like we got to protest because somehow, this racism or what have you. That's how these things go, Umar, if you didn't know that. See, remember, Umar, when you got evicted from your place in 2000, the end of 2019, that just didn't have nothing to do with racism. You were living in filth too, but it didn't have nothing to do with racism. You weren't paying your rent, sir. That's why you got evicted. And then do with racism. Would have said anything with this. You don't handle basic business. See, you got to pay bills. It's part of being an adult. I've been trying to teach this guy. Thanks, Black Will. Binky says, "Hey, Lenon and gang, he going to jail." And who knows where this would go? Because sometimes what happens with these con artists and these scammers, one domino will drop, but then when it drops, it starts knocking down all these other dominoes. Right? So who knows how this goes? And then see Umar running his mouth like this about the city or even about the state of Delaware. Who knows what may happen with his followers and what they may say or do, right? So we're going to see. Thank you, Binky. Love Peace says them donors wore out by. Yeah. I think a lot of the donors, they're through with this. Most of them are. They're through with this. They're giving Umar too much money over time. It's just been excuse after excuse after excuse. Again, you donors, Umar Johnson donors, when's the last time he updated you on how much money he's raised? It's been almost 5 years, a half a decade, because the last time he updated people was in 2020. And he said he had raised $850,000. And then in 2025, he's saying that he hasn't raised $1 million yet. He's lying to you guys, too, at the same time. No respect whatsoever. So, yeah, a lot of these donors, they're wore out by all this foolishness and they're not supporting like they used to. A lot of them, they don't support at all because they realize the truth, which is what I've been telling people from the jump, that Umar, he's just a con man. See? So, it'd be different if Umar produced something. See, if he says, I'm going to take this money to open up a school where he hasn't opened up a school. So, see, but that's not what has happened. What has happened is Umar's been living off of this money. Okay. Thanks, love, peace. How's it going, Brandon? Brandon says, with Umar, we are witnessing the fall of the house of a buster. Yeah. I also think that part of what's happening is everything is catching up to people in this so-called Black conscious space. Because if you guys think about it, Polite, right? Nature Boy, even going back to, I can't remember, Natural Tahuti, right? There's other people too, right? This is not coming to mind right now, but you see, Umar is like one of the last bastions of that, of these so-called Black conscious leaders that are internet-based, but they're con artists and they're con men. See? So I think that that's part of what's taking place. The fall of the House of a Buster, it's associated with a lot of these people who've been scamming under this idea of Black consciousness. Yeah. Thanks, Brandon. User 225 says, shout out to Malik Muhammad. I would love to have him on. I don't even know who Malik Muhammad is. Thank you, User 225. Matt says, who uses the same bank since they were a teen? Yeah, but Umar might be lying about that too. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling. He lies so much. There's no telling. Listen, never take this guy's word at face value. Okay. All right. Ain't no telling. Thanks, Matt. Cam says he is a bum. I got that one earlier. Okay. Thanks, Cam. I'm almost done. User 225 says, my perspective as an Asian, I don't think an Asian Umar Johnson could take root. How do you think the Black community can avoid scammers like this in the future? I think awareness is important. I also think, and I'm not saying this as a statement of arrogance, but to be able to track Umar and then have an online account of what has transpired over these many years, I think that sets a precedence, because the playbook is very much the same with these con artists and these scammers. It's very much the same. You may have different routes that they may run in this playbook, but ultimately the end goal is the same, and the methodology is very much the same. Like I was talking about earlier, to keep people in a state of ignorance. Well, that's what Jay Morrison did. He kept his investors in a state of ignorance, and that's why they started asking questions. He would never answer questions directly. Umar does the same thing, but I think to have it archived over these many years is important, because people in the future, Black people in the future, they can just reference these videos, and they don't even have to take a look at all of them. Obviously, they can take a look at 4 or 5 of them, and they'll get it very quickly, so that when the next Umar Johnson comes onto the scene, and he will, they'll know what to look for. They'll know what red flags to look for. They'll know what they need to do in order to keep themselves safe. Right? Thanks, user 225. Hello, Barbara. This is Shirley. Says, not the line from Crooklyn, braids, beads, shells, and things. That took me out. Yeah, the Cookie Crush chat's hilarious. Okay, shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Y'all are the best. All right, we still got 4,603 people in the building. We broke records today. I have maybe about 10 more super chats, and then we'll close out this show. Again, I wasn't planning on live streaming today, but this it just broke, so I had to get into it. We broke the record for votes as well, 6,236 votes. The poll question is, what will Umar Johnson do next? 50% say pay the $38,382.22. 85% say allow the building to be auctioned. Okay, and then we have 2,900 likes. Let's see if we can get to 3,000 and break that record. Okay, if you haven't hit that like button yet, go on and hit it. Let's see if we can break that 3,000 mark. That'd mean we broke all the records. Okay. Thanks again. Hello, Barbara. This is Shirley. All right. Staff Music says paying bills is what keeps us Africans enslaved. That's Umar's logic. I didn't pay the bills because I want to be free. All right. You gonna find out. One way or the other, you gonna find out, homeboy. Thanks, staff. Music. Amir Uzair says, I'm new. How long have you been investigating him? Consistently since 2019. I did some videos in 2018, but that was like preliminary stuff, and I wasn't really knowledgeable about Umar to a significant degree. Okay, I'll be honest about that. I also did videos to talk about narcissism. I believe it was in 2014, and I was talking about the Black conscious space, and I used Umar as an example because even back then, I recognized that there was narcissistic personality traits. I was studying narcissism back then. I didn't know much about FTMG or the school scam or Umar's history or anything like that. I don't even think I brought that up all that much. But it wasn't, I would say, until 2019 that I've started covering him consistently. And then over the years, the research continues, and I've learned a lot. Working on a documentary to cover his whole life. I could write a book on the guy. I could. It's just, I'm sorry. It just makes me sad because so many people, they've been taken advantage of by this guy. And it's just when I think about it in terms of how long I've been warning people for such a long time. And it's sad that so many people have been taken advantage of financially, sexually, or otherwise. It's just really sad. He's gotten away with a lot for a very long time. Thanks, Amir. Kadar Aluminde says food, drugs, maybe gin. That's FTMG. Food, drugs, and maybe some gin. Yeah, Umar, that's his favorite drink, evidently, is that gin. Thank you so much. That's pretty good. Jonathan, what's up, Jonathan says, what's sad, he will find a way to justify it's not his fault. Yeah, he always does. And here, I think what he's justifying it as is racism. But I think, like I was saying earlier, Jonathan, that if they take these buildings, he's going to ultimately blame his donors for not sending him the money and supporting him so that he can pay off this bill. See, but he's had more than enough money to take care of these bills. Even still, Jonathan, really, they don't put these buildings on these fees don't accumulate for that first year. But see, if Umar had handled business from the start, he could have had these things up and running so that he wouldn't have to be worrying about paying these types of bills. See, but he don't handle business. That's what it comes down to. Yeah. Thanks, Jonathan. Kiara says the alien that punched him stole that money, family. No, the alien ain't got nothing to do with it. Okay, they might have froze their account, but aliens ain't trying to get no money because what they gonna do with it on Mars? They can't do nothing with that money. And they'll freeze the account though. Just mess with you. Thanks, Kiara. Jake says good vibes up in here. Quick question. Yeah, it was off the chain today. Okay, thank you, Jake. You look like a relative. Real talk. You look just like a relative. Thank you for tuning on in. Cook Crush chat's undefeated. I ain't never seen no chat room like it. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, it was like I said, the block was hot tonight. Thanks, Jake. Street Genius says, you think Umar is getting dumber and dumber every day? Listen, I'm not going to say dumber and dumber every day. What I can say is, and I shouldn't have used that term stupid because I think that's too harsh. I think Umar, intellectually, he's fallen off a bridge. And part of it, I think, is a substance abuse, but I also think that his lifestyle. If you live this way for a long enough period of time, and you got these mental health issues that are not being dealt with, you're gonna start, messing up more and more. And with these lies that he's telling, it's just that they don't even make sense. I mean, he contradicts himself while he's telling the lies. He didn't do that. Well, he did it sometimes, but not like this. This is blatant. It's an insult to anyone who has any measure of intellectualism or any degree of critical thinking or anyone who's rational. You listen to this and you're like, this guy, what are you talking about? You just said something totally different. Now you're saying this. You're like, which one is it? I mean, both can't be true, right? So that's what I mean. I'm not going to say that he's getting dumber and dumber every day. I think that it's been a slow regression, if you will, with Umar and his lifestyle, and in particular the substance abuse. It's really messed him up to the point where when he's trying to spin these narratives, the math ain't mathing. At least back then you would at least try to calculate the numbers, but right here it's like, nah, bro, you own what you own, literally and figuratively, right? That's what I'll say. Thanks, Street Genius. Lorenzo sent a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Brown Street says a snow bunny will expose him within 1 year. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this whole year has been crazy. Maybe listen, maybe it's by the end of the year. I wouldn't be surprised. Everything else is coming all out the woodworks. That snow bunny come out, she's going to be big too. I already know she's going to be one of them big snow bunnies. Yeah, they make barbecue. Watch. Pay attention. Thanks, Brown Street. Kanitra Moore says, I don't get how people listen to this clown. Every time that windbag starts talking, all I hear is, I do not like green eggs and ham. I need. It's a bunch of jibber jabber, isn't it? He just started talking. You be like, sometimes I was watching Umar videos. I'll be like, I don't even be saying nothing. I don't even be thinking nothing. I just be, I need a family. We need the donations, family, and hoopity hoppity hippity hoo. So I said, well, damn. It reminds me of that lady. She be on YouTube doing videos on Umar. She funny. She be saying Umar in the Baducka Duck. I said, what she say? Umar, he's scamming. I believe in the Baducka Duck. she be cracking me up. She's so funny. Anyway, that's the same thing. I do not like green eggs and ham. Okay. All right. We got blow dog. Thanks, Kanisha. Stall him out, Debo. Yeah, we gonna stall him out. All right, thanks, Hoop Jargon. He said Debo. Shout out to Debo, recipe. Frank says, y'all heard of the new website extension now.now from Amazon. Umar is caught now, going to need a lawyer now. Will Umar go to jail now? Real quick, this issue with these bills, it's civil. But the thing is, like I was saying earlier, oftentimes what happens, think of P. Diddy. What happens is that the first domino falls, and then there's an effect all the way down the line. And it's possible that that's what's going to happen with Umar. Again, we have to wait and see, but that's possible. You see, especially because Umar is making these comments about, the state and the city of Delaware. They're unsubstantiated, claiming that it's racism. You have to be careful about that, because they can make one phone call and say, hey, listen, this is someone that's in our city. We can see that we have all these receipts on him, and we want him to be investigated. Okay, is it petty? Yeah, but if Umar keep running his mouth, and then and then who knows that next domino drop, and then the next one drop, and he may end up in jail. See, we're gonna have to wait and see. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that Umar's done. I think that this FTMG school scam is coming to the close, at least this iteration, because he's had many in the past: the Detroit school scam, the St. Paul school scam, the one in New York, the one down in Atlanta. Okay. But I think on this one in Wilmington, it may be, Frank, that this is the closing of this, that this particular iteration of the FTMG school scam is closed out. But then Umar, I don't even want to say it that way, repurposes all of this and then just gets into another scam and then runs this for the next 3 or 4 years. Okay? We'll have to wait and see. Thanks, Frank. Jana says, you notice in Jersey, he didn't promote FTMG. He knew the school was going down, but he did promote the new school location. Very good point. Yeah, we covered that, right? Very good point. See, in that video when he was in New Jersey, he was talking about how he's looking for a school in New Jersey. That's going to be the second school. Good point. And he didn't mention nothing about this $38,388.22. See, he wasn't complaining. You guys notice he wasn't even complaining about the state, the city of Wilmington. They stopped talking to me in April. He didn't say none of that, right? That's because he hadn't created that lie yet. Yeah. Jana got him right there. We can go back and look at that video. Umar didn't mention none of that. Why didn't he mention any of that if this is what had took place? Why did he mention any of this back in April or in May or in June or in July? Because it was a lie. That's why. See, now I sound like Dr. Seuss. Thank you, Jana. Very good point right there. Very good. Dr. Thief in Tunde. Yeah, he's a thief. See, here's the thing, Dragonfly. If Umar had taken all this money and all of it went towards opening up a school, cool. But we know that's not the case. Most of this money has gone towards his lifestyle. You see, he's a thief. And he's been living off of this money for over a decade. He's a thief. Thanks, Dragonfly. User 225 says, as the Umar Johnson story comes to a close, in hindsight, Umar Johnson's most popular idea, school to prison pipeline, snow bunny crisis, aren't even Pan-African. Yeah. And really the snow bunny crisis, he's more known for that rhetoric now these days than anything else. See, but that goes to show you how much he's reduced himself to basically a meme talking about snow bunny crisis. See, that snow bunny crisis stuff, when he talks that's just shucking and jiving. There's no substance to that whatsoever. But he's reduced himself to that. See, in the meantime, all the other promises that he said he was going to do for black people, he's fulfilled none of those. See, none of the things that have any substance. And I don't want to hear about the block parties. I don't want to hear. Don't tell me about those 2 books either, because there's no source material on those books. Okay? He's reduced himself to a meme. But again, I think that has more to do with what's been going on up here with Umar than anything else, and what's been going. See, thanks, user 225. Tori says this video is catching fire. Other channels that usually do next day commentary are streaming and commenting in real time. Yeah, and it's gonna listen. Boy, I'm gonna tell y'all, this next week the block is gonna be hot, and who knows what's gonna come down next. And if these buildings get taken from Umar and sold off, boy, I'm gonna tell y'all. Thanks, Tori, and thanks for being a member for 10 months. Almost done. Aaron says, at my school, your kids will be pilots. That's what he said. Just overselling. See, how you going to have an aviation program? And he also said he's going to have a nautical program where he's going to be teaching the boys how to float ships. And he's also going to have a dirt bike team. He also was going to build on an observatory on the roof so that he can see, quote unquote, the surface of planets. That's what he said. Most people ain't heard that. I got that. That's from the Big Papa podcast. He's going to do all these things and a whole bunch more, but he can't pay this $38,388.22. He's going to have a black vegan sports bar, but you can't pay this $38,388.22. Just like the sister was saying earlier, he in New Jersey talking about opening up a second school. How you going to do that when you can? He was even saying if it's around $50,000 or $500,000, we can work with that. What you mean you can work with $500,000? He said that this weekend, right? What you mean you can work with if it's around $500,000? How you gonna work with that? You can't even come up with $38,388. That don't even make no sense. The math ain't mathing. But he gonna teach your children how to be pilots and float ships and fly helicopters. That's the one I wish I had that video. He said he gonna teach the kids how to fly helicopters. And when you fly into the airport, your kids gonna pick you up at the airport in the helicopter and bring y'all to FTMG. That's what Umar said. I don't have the receipt, but that's what he said. I said, man, this guy crazy. Thanks, Aaron. Fresh Face says at $75 a pop for entrance into FTMG block party, and with 500 people, he could roughly raise $37,000. Got it. Yeah. See. Again, he's not business minded. He did all that for free. It's wasted money. How much money did he spend on that block party? The stage, getting the signs made, getting food, all this stuff, chairs, how much money? Such a waste. I'm very sure that both of those block parties was more than $38,388.22. I'm just talking about financial. I'm not even talking about the time investment, which is opportunity cost, right? You don't handle business, but then he has to come up with this story. Now it's racism. No. Thanks, Fresh Face. Cassia Ford says, JT, the pocket watcher sent me. Yeah, JT, the pocket watcher, OG. He covers a lot of the financial, because that's his expertise. He covers a lot of the financial aspects of different scammers. He does fantastic work. Umar's a scammer. JT knows it. He's known it for a long time. There's other people who've known it for a very long time, and more people are talking about it. So shout out to Pocket Watcher with JT, and thanks and thank you, bro. If you happen to see this, I know you probably won't because it's just long, but thank you for sending over some of your folk. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, thank you, Casilla, for tuning on in. Thanks for the super chat as well, and welcome to the Cookie Crush chat family. Kitwana says, "Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters." Okay, that's how you gonna get these bills paid. You gotta call them Ghostbusters. Thanks, Kitwana, for the super chat. Okay, I gotta do these quick because I gotta go to bed. Pink Lips said, send in a super sticker. Thank you so much. Like the glasses too. Very fashionable. Very fashionable. Indelicia. I apologize. Let me try it one more time. Indelicia. No, Indelisa. Okay. Indelisa. Czar. Sent in a super sticker as well. Thank you so much. Okay. I apologize. So I try to do my best. You guys know I can't read all that well. I've been doing my best to get better at it. Okay. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And then Pink Lips sent in another super sticker as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hoop Jargon Media says, get him out of here, Falker. Yeah, we're gonna see. These scammers, they're very resilient. They always find a way to come back. Okay, so we're gonna see what Umar does. This ain't the last video Umar gonna do. Watch. See, I'm surprised that he didn't get up and just start talking crazy and cursing and stuff. See, that may be coming out, on Sunday or something like that. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Hoop Jargon Media, for the super chat. Missy says he's finally being honest with donors. I guess to a degree, he letting them know that he's broke. He ain't got no money, right? And he need them to pay for some more stuff. See, real quick, Missy, instead of spending that, I think it was $50,000 on HVAC. Why not just hold on to that money and handle these bills way back in the day so that they don't get to $38,388.22? See? That's the honesty that he should have had from the beginning. Okay, but he's mismanaged so much money at this point. There's no telling. So that's what I'm saying. If Umar's ever really audited, he says that he was, but I don't believe it. Okay, and if there's a public record of it, please share it with me, anyone. But if he's ever audited, let's say by the IRS, and they open up these books, they look into all of his transactions, digital transactions, checks, money orders, Cash App, PayPal, GoFundMe, Plum Fund, Zelle, Apple Pay, et cetera, checks, money orders, and cash. I guess it's a little harder to track, but cash. If they looked into all of this, it'd be very, and it becomes public record. It'd be very apparent. Everything I've been telling people about Umar, it's undeniable. People can make excuses all they want to, but in my opinion, this guy has raised somewhere around $2.7 million as a bare minimum. Like I said, from 2019 through 2024, $1,677,860, and it's provable. I've already proved it. So if he wants to become honest with his donors, he needs to first start by telling them how much money he's actually raised, which I don't even think he knows anymore. The last time he updated, last point was in 2020. He said he raised $850,000. Thank you, Missy, for the super chat. SBE TV said, do you think he will be prosecuted at some point? Yeah, I think so. Again, it's just a matter of dominoes falling, like I was talking about before. And if he be talking too reckless, especially talking about the city and state, and then let's say if people start calling the mayor talking reckless and crazy, well, then here we go. Thanks, SBE TV. And all any prosecutor would have to do when it comes to the financial aspect of this is subpoena all the bank statements, bank records, all the transactions, whether it's online or offline, just subpoena all that. And then get the right person to look at that, compile all that, and they'll be able to track how much money Umar has been collecting, how much money he has collected, and then compare it to what he's reporting to the IRS. And that's a wrap. That's it. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. User 225 says Hope Breakfast Club and others are held accountable. Yeah, but see, places like Breakfast Club and other places, I mean, they've had all types of scammers on their platform. Breakfast Club had Polite on there. They had Jay Morrison on there. They had Cesar Pena on there. See? Did they ever apologize for having Polite on there or Cesar Pena or Jay Morrison? I don't think so. See? I wouldn't be surprised they have Umar on at some point in the future. See? And give him softball questions. Let him continue with this scam. Thank you, User 225. Kitwana says he already refers to himself as the Messiah. What is the next creator? Now, real quick, Kitwana, I have a video that I was working on today. That's what I was going to premiere today, but it's going to premiere on Friday. It's about an hour long. I should break it up into segments and kind of string it out, but I'll see. And this whole aspect of Umar, he has a Messiah complex. And I'm going to give examples. I don't want to say too much, Kitwana, but I'm going to provide examples of that proves that to be the case. But then I'm going to provide the receipt that shows why it is that Umar refers himself as the Black Messiah. Some deep stuff. Okay. Thank you, Kitwana, for super chat. RJ says, isn't there a 60-day right of redemption for forced sales in Delaware? I'm not quite sure, but I just want to be clear about something. It's not as if this is happening today. I'm going to tell you what I think, RJ. Hang on. See, I said I think. I think they've been on Umar to get these bills paid for years now. And I think that at some point, Umar agreed to a payment plan. And I think Umar started paying on that payment plan, but then he stopped. That's what I think. And so, at a certain point, the city has to say, wait a minute, this isn't going anywhere. Okay, we have to take this to the next step. Right? Now, what could Umar do? Can he come up with, and they're giving him an opportunity to resolve this. They gave him 20 days, which means that on the 25th, I believe, Umar has until the 25th to come up with this money. So, RJ, it's not that it all is lost. It's just, can Umar come up with the money? And if people send him this money, is he actually going to spend the money on this? Because he may just keep the money, pocket the money, let him take it, and he have another excuse, and then just keep scamming someplace else, talking about he's going to open up a school. We'll have to wait and see. The point that I'm making is that this is way beyond 60-day issue or a 1-year issue. This goes back to 2020. Okay. And not only does it go back to 2020, RJ, it also goes back to 2016, because all the bills associated with these properties in 2016, Umar takes on the responsibility and liability for all of those bills once he acquires his abandoned buildings in February of 2019. See, So it's a long time coming. Now, again, Umar has an opportunity to resolve this. He may have some other things that how he can remedy it. I'm not quite sure. We'll just have to wait and see how things play themselves out. Okay. Thanks, RJ. Hope you guys enjoyed this show. I definitely did. This is man, we've been on fire really this whole year. My goodness gracious. Ken Dredd says, I always knew he was full of it. Who fell for it? Listen, there's a lot of people that fell for it. There's people in the chat room that used to be supporters of Umar. There's people in the chat room who used to donate to Umar. See, what I've stated in the past is that that's okay, because we've all been fooled. I've been fooled by people. Okay, listen, trust me. Okay? I used to spend a lot of time, promoting people on YouTube because anyway, I learned my lesson. Right. The point is that that's okay, because that's life. But it's better to go through that and come to the truth about Umar Johnson than to not come to the truth and keep being manipulated and exploited by him. See, that's where the victory is at. And that's what my work here dealing with Umar is all about. I just want people to see him for who he truly is and have informed consent. You have enough information, you do your own due diligence to have informed consent about who you're going to support or who you're not going to support. In this case, we're talking about Umar Johnson. So there's plenty of people that fell for all of this. I just think that more recently, with everything that's taken place, especially this year, it's been a revelation, especially dealing with Umar, with the family dynamics that has taken place with his daughter, with his mama, Lenon coming out spilling the beans, Umar going in on his baby mamas, his bank accounts getting frozen, him saying that I hacked his bank accounts. And then this comes into this whole thing is exposed about, him owing all this money and it might be taking these. See, all of this stuff is stuff that's gone on for a long time. It's just that we didn't hear about it until more recently. See? So it's okay to be fooled. Okay. It's about getting beyond that and seeing the truth so that ultimately you see a person for who they are, and then you can make better choices moving forward. And Umar is not the last one. He's not the only one. That's why I think, again, like I said earlier, following Umar and putting this as I've done this here on YouTube, it's an archive that people can refer to later on, where the next person who comes along who's trying to run game like Umar, and they can say, hey, wait a minute, Umar done this. This guy named Umar did this back 20 years ago. They did this 10 years ago. Let's watch some of these videos to see what we need to be looking out for. See? All right, thanks, Kendrick, for the super chat. Avon Barksdale says, I bet Avon Barksdale says, I bet Umar will have you on the cover of the Book of Negroes. Yeah. I'm on the cover. There's a sign in the back that said Cookie Crush Chat. Yep, I'm on the cover, that's for sure. You probably on page 55, so don't worry about it. So, wait a minute. Since you got the shootout sign, we'll put you on page 23, okay, for MJ. Okay, how about that? Thanks, Avon. I appreciate it. RJ says 60 days from the sale date, meaning 60 days from August 25th. I'm not quite sure. This is something I would have to look into. If you have any information on this, please email it to me. What I do know is that Umar had 30 days from the time that they posted this, which I believe was on the 5th. So that would, he had 20 days from the 5th, which would take it to the 25th. Now, if there's another way for him, even after that, to kind of resolve this, I would think that there probably would be, right? Because again, even the process of the sheriff's sale, there's a process for that too. There's paperwork that's going to need to be filed and all this other stuff. Who knows how long that's going to take? So the 25th is not the end. I think the 25th is kind of like getting close to the point where, one way or the other, we'll be able to figure out what's going to happen with this. We'll just have to wait and see. It's about being patient and see how these dominoes fall. Okay. Thank you, RJ, for the super chat. User 225 says, if FMG turns into a nice place, a quick crush chat field trip. Yeah. Real quick, I want to just point something out here, and we have one more super chat. We're going to be done. Thank you guys so much for tuning on. Let me close out this poll. We broke the records on everything today, including super chats. Almost. Yeah, well, we need, I ain't going to tell you how many more we need, but we're almost there for the super chats. But we do have 6,476 votes on the poll question. I'm going to close this out. Let's see if we get to 6,500. I'm being greedy today. What will Umar Johnson do next? 15% say pay the $38,288.22 that's due. 85% say allow the buildings to be auctioned. 85% people said that. All we need is 20 more votes on that to get to 6,500. We shattered the record, and I'll end that poll. They also, real quick, in terms of likes, let me just look and see where we're at with the likes. I was trying to see if we can get to 3,000. Did we break that record? We sure did, 3,300. So all records have been broken. Almost, I think, we're real close with the super chats. Real quick, I want to say something to you all, because this is something that I've thought about a lot over these years dealing with Umar. And in 2019, Umar acquired these abandoned buildings. It was in February 2019. There's an EPA report, Environmental Protection Agency report, that came out shortly after that classified these abandoned buildings, as Umar's buildings, as brownfield catalyst sites. And what they suggested that the city do is demolish the buildings and then repurpose this land where these buildings sit into a sports complex that's going to be attached to the Boys and Girls Club, so that the children in that neighborhood would have access to that. Can you imagine? What Umar has done, therefore, is he's come in, he's acquired these abandoned buildings in February of 2019, and he sat on them for 6.5 years. You best believe that over those 6.5 years, if Umar had not acquired these abandoned buildings, that these buildings would have been repurposed, the land would have been repurposed for the benefit of the people in that community, including those children. I want people to think about that for a moment. He's actually taken away from that community by acquiring these abandoned buildings and doing nothing with them for 6.5 years. And look where he's at today. You know how many kids could have benefited from a base, because that's what they were saying, like a baseball field, something like that. They could have probably did more than a baseball field. How many children in that neighborhood would have benefited from that? All under the Boys and Girls Club? Y'all think he cares about these black kids? 6.5 years later. That's something that he took away from that community. Thanks, user 225. We almost done. James says, did you see the video of Charlemagne talking about Umar banking situation? I heard, I didn't even see the video. I heard audio of it. Listen, Charlemagne's on some bullshit. Charlemagne, if you want to come on to this show and I can provide you with the receipts to prove that Umar's a con man and he's a charlatan, which I believe you already know, you can come on here. You can come on. And if you want to debate me on this shit, you can come on up over here. You know Umar listen, Charlemagne, if you really believe that Umar ain't out here scamming, how much money did you donate this month to Umar? What about last month? What about the month before that? What about last year? What about the year before that, year before that, year before that, year before that? You do realize that Umar said this school was going to open September 11, 2013. I have the receipt to show it. Anyway, my point is that Charlemagne's on some bullshit, and he knows that. He knows it. Okay, but it's politics. That's all it is. Nothing more. Thanks, James. What's up, Enterprise? Says the saddest part of all is he still has defenders. Yes, he does. He does. I don't see how, but again, I think that that's the cult dynamic. And again, people said, Lenon, he don't have a cult. What he has, it's a virtual cult. That's what he has. Okay. And there's a difference in the internet age. That's what it is. It's a virtual cult. It's over the internet, right? Now, later on, if he can finagle this into an actual physical cult, the closest thing he had to that was when he was doing those, what was it? The courses on Pan Africanism. We was having them people sitting around for 12 hours reading old antiquated shit. Old people. They ain't got nothing to do with no kids. Y'all remember that? That's the closest thing that he had to a cult. But I'm talking about his virtual cult. No, he does. He has a virtual cult. And these are the people that still defend him. I mean, Umar could do all wrong, and they say they ain't doing nothing wrong. Okay, that's what it comes down to. Thanks, Enterprise. All right, we just broke the record for Super Chats. Okay, and I'm almost at the bottom. Discavelli says, a sophisticated project like he claimed to be trying to do demand skillful brothers and sisters involved. It was obvious it wasn't legit. That's another thing. Good point. That if this was going to come into fruition, Charlemagne, Umar would have had a team of professionals to guide him and help him along the way. He doesn't have a team. He never had a team. See, I want people to think about that. You can't put together this type of a project, but Umar's megalomania, he's a control freak. You can't put together a project like this just by yourself, even if you had all the money you needed, and he's had all the money that he needed. I know one thing, Charlemagne, I know he doesn't know how much money Umar has raised. I can tell you that. I bet you Charlemagne can't tell me about St. Paul's College. I bet you he can't tell me about the Detroit school scam and the Florida school scam and the New York school scam and the Atlanta school scam. I bet Charlemagne can't tell me about that receipt from 2010 when Umar said the school was going to open September 11, 2013. My point is this, that Charlemagne wouldn't even be able to say who's on Umar's team, who's on Umar's board of directors. Well, that's because Umar doesn't have a team. He doesn't have a board of directors. That's the point. So a project of this size and this magnitude, it necessitates efforts from a group of people who are not only knowledgeable, but are professional, who are going to hold themselves accountable to get the job done. But that's not what we see here. What we see is a charlatan, a con man named Umar, who's in control of everything, doesn't know what he's doing, and continues to collect money for a school that does not exist. And then people say he has a school. No, he doesn't have a school. He has abandoned buildings. Matter of fact, if you go look up the definition of what a school is, and then you go look up the definition of what an abandoned building is and compare the two, you should realize very quickly that he has abandoned buildings. Okay. Thank you, Discavelli. U25 says, will Umar Johnson go back to mom's closet or keep crashing out? He's going to end up going back to his mama closet at some point. Then he's going to be crashing out in his mama closet. All right. My wife needs to wash some clothes. She's asking because it's going to be loud, but we almost done. We got probably about 5 more minutes. User 225 says, and yet he says Wilmington loves him. Yeah, Wilmington, they got love for me. FTMG, yeah. Thanks, User 225. And then last super chat, T. McLove says, thank you for doing God's work. You are being used as a vessel to protect our people. Well, thank you for those kind words. I appreciate that. I really do. And I'll continue to do my best to get the word out about Umar and hopefully help to keep more people safe from what he's doing. And again, like I said, it's not just the financial aspect. It's all these other things that Umar is involved in and exploiting Black women in particular. I just have a serious problem with that. Also, just as someone who has children, like I said, Umar has no business being around children. And the idea and the notion that there are people who would even think to support him for a school where he would be dealing with children, that right there, that's just beyond me. I don't get that at all. He ain't got no business being around children. So thank you for your kind words. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat as well. User Divine says, God willing, we have Lene back on. Yeah, we'll get her on soon, I promise. And then California Love. All right. No, we ain't playing no outro song. We got to get up out of here, folks. We had a fantastic live stream. We broke all of the records for the month and for the year and for my all-time of being on YouTube. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. Let me close out this poll. We got up to 6,564 votes. We broke that record. I'm sure we broke the record for people in terms of a live stream, having the amount of people as a live stream. We got over 6,000 during this live stream. If memory serves me correct, I thought it was 6,000. What will Umar Johnson do next? 15% say pay the $38,388.22 that's due. 85% say allow the buildings to be auctioned. I think Umar is going to try to do his best to come up with this money. But if he doesn't, then these buildings will go to auction, and then he'll just blame his supporters for not sending him enough money, and his YouTubers, his struggle streamers, and me, and all y'all on the Cookie Crush chat. He gonna blame all of us, all right, and anyone else who's criticizing him, all right. Okay, thanks everyone for voting. This was an epic show, and we broke all of the records. I'm very thankful. Also, thanks everyone who sent in super chats. I really do appreciate it. Okay, I do not take it for granted. Thank you guys for showing up. Thanks to the mods for handling business too. Okay, I appreciate that as well. We'll be live streaming tomorrow. It'll be a shorter live stream, but we'll live stream tomorrow. And then I have a video that I'm working on. It's like about an hour long. I may break it up into segments, but I want to premiere that on Friday for you all, and that'll get us reset for the weekend. Okay, that's the plan. Thank you, Dreezy Drummer Dre. And then Ginger Spice says, this is a prime example of why karma will always have a job. He has used a lot of people. Yeah. And the thing is that karma is undefeated. You know, that's one thing I've always been perplexed about Umar is why he hasn't learned the lesson. And there's a lot of lessons, but the lesson, and that is that if you're doing harm to other people, that there's going to be a consequence. There's going to be repercussions for it. And then if you keep doing it, then the consequences and repercussions are going to be more and more severe. He hasn't figured that out. See, that's the one thing about Umar that I've never understood. See, why not learn the lesson? See, when you learn the lesson, then you figure out what you need to do different. And then you do something that which is different, and then your life transforms itself in a positive way. But Umar, he ain't even learned the lesson. I've been trying to teach him. I know I clown him and stuff, but I do my best to try to teach. Okay, because I had to learn some lessons too and get my life turned around. Amen. And people helped me to do that. Amen. But then at a certain point, I had to get on my own 2 feet, and I had to work my ass off to get where I'm at today. But in the first place, I had to learn the lesson. I don't get it with Umar. He's 50. He's about to be 51, and he hasn't learned not one lesson. See? And then at the end of the day, karma's undefeated. See, it's better to learn a lesson and then make the changes and get your life back on track than to not and let karma do what it do, because it don't play. Real talk. Thank you, Ginger Spice, for the super chat. User 25 says, God willing, we have. Okay, I got that one. I got that one too. User 25 says, make a post when you're on Jay Witt. Yeah, I will. Yeah, we'll promote it. We'll promote it for sure. Okay, and Jay Witt, his podcast, he has Umar's what is it called? It just slipped my mind. I have a dissertation. He sent it to me, but I'm not going to release that because he's the one that got it first. And out of respect for him, he should be the one to break the story. But on Thursday, we're going to cover that. I'll be on his show. I'll promote it and everything else. And over the next couple of days, I'll make sure that I'll read through it, take some notes, highlight some stuff, and we'll be ready to go. Okay. Thanks, user 225. Willis says, I'm a descendant of trap bandos. And we're going to leave it right there. Thanks, Willis. Thanks, Willis, for the super chat. I sincerely hope you all enjoyed the show. I did. We still have 4,000 people in the building. I will stay with y'all longer, but I got to go to bed. Kids going back to school, all this other stuff. I've been running crazy, getting stuff and all this stuff. I want to thank you guys so much for everything. Okay, everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat, I really do appreciate y'all. Thanks for all the support. Okay, again, I know I said it earlier, but I humbly, I really do appreciate it. I don't take it for granted at all. Okay, I really appreciate each and every one of you. And again, thanks to the mods for handling business as well. Everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat, please enjoy the rest of the evening. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream, and then I have a video for you guys on Friday as well. Wait a minute, today is what's today? Yeah. We'll have a video for you guys tomorrow, and then Thursday I'll be on Dear World Christians podcast on YouTube. I'll promote it, and then Friday I'll have a video for everyone to take a look at. There'll be 2 of them. One of the videos I'll have it for members first. It's the it's not unedited. It's none of the stuff. It's nothing's redacted. Okay, because it's nothing censored. Okay, but the one I'll release on YouTube, I gotta censor it because it's well. You guys will see what I mean on Friday. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Thank you all again for tuning on in. Records were broken. All records were broken today. Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. All right. I love y'all. Talk to y'all soon. Take care. Peace.